Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fire in the grate at 221B Baker Street had begun its evening retreat into embers, each coal glowing like a secret whispered in the dark. Outside, the November fog pressed itself against the window panes, with the persistence of an uninvited guest, curling and uncurling in patterns that might have been alphabet, might have been smoke, might have been nothing at all. The sitting room held the particular warmth that only comes when the world outside has surrendered to cold and damp, when gaslight turns familiar furniture into gentle shadows, and when the smell of Mrs. Hudson's tea mingles with the ghost of tobacco smoke that no amount of airing could quite persuade to leave. It was the sort of evening that London does best, not the London of grand balls and glittering society, but the London of closed curtains and quiet companionship, of streets gone silent beneath their blanket of mist, of a city folding itself inward like a letter not yet ready to be read. Dr. John Watson sat in his customary chair, his medical journal abandoned on his lap, his attention drifting between the fire and the rain that had begun to tap against the window with the rhythm of a patient making a point. His collar had been loosened an hour ago, his waistcoat unbuttoned in that particular way that signalled a man had decided the day was officially done with formality. The lamplight caught the silver threading through his moustache, that dignified grey that came to men who had seen too much too young, and somehow retained their kindness anyway. Across from him, Sherlock Holmes occupied his chair with the languid grace of a cat that had decided, for now, to remain domesticated. His long fingers were steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes half closed in that expression Watson had learned to recognise as either deep contemplation or the edge of profound boredom. The two states were often indistinguishable in Holmes, separated only by what happened next. He had not moved in 20 minutes, save for the occasional slow blink that suggested he was still technically conscious. The room itself seemed to breathe around them. The wallpaper, a pattern of fleur-de-lis that Mrs. Hudson had chosen years ago, and Holmes had never bothered to notice, absorbed the firelight and gave it back in shades of amber and rust. Books leaned against one another on every available surface, some stacked with military precision, others tumbled in heaps that suggested they had been consulted in haste and abandoned in distraction. A violin rested in its case near the window, silent now but carrying the memory of the Bach partita Holmes had played earlier, before the daylight failed entirely. On the mantelpiece the clock ticked its way toward 8 in the evening, though time in this room had a curious quality of meaning very little. Morning brought cases and urgency, night brought contemplation and the luxury of thoughts allowed to wander. This particular hour, not quite late, not quite early, suspended between purpose and rest, belonged to neither and therefore to both. The tea things still cluttered the low table between the chairs, though the tea itself had gone cold an hour past. Mrs. Hudson would collect them eventually in her own time, with that particular expression she wore when confronting the domestic chaos her lodgers generated with such apparent ease. The teapot, a sturdy thing of brown earthenware, wore a chip on its spout like a battle scar. The cups bore the faint stains of tannic devotion, the marks of a household that valued function over fashion and preferred comfort to ceremony. It was Watson who broke the silence, as it so often was. "I cannot decide," he said, his voice carrying the comfortable roughness of a man who had spent the day speaking, and was now speaking simply for the pleasure of it, whether this fog is atmospheric or merely oppressive. Holmes's eyes opened fully, a slow revelation like curtains drawn back from a window. "Fog," he said, in that precise, almost musical tone he used when delivering observations he found self-evident, "is always atmospheric, Watson. Whether it is also oppressive depends entirely on whether one has somewhere to be. We, fortunately, do not." "A philosophical Holmes," Watson murmured, a smile tugging at his mouth. "The evening brings out your contemplative side." The evening brings out my appreciation for remaining indoors, Holmes corrected. There is a difference. Philosophy suggests depth of thought. I am merely experiencing a depth of disinclination to venture into weather that seems personally affronted by the existence of dry clothing. The fire popped softly, sending a small shower of sparks up the chimney. Outside, London continued its descent into night. The rattle of a late hansom on the cobbles, the distant call of a street vendor making his final rounds, the peculiar silence that settles over a great city when fog muffles its usual cacophony into something almost peaceful. Footsteps on the stairs announced company before the knock came. Mrs. Hudson's particular tread, familiar as the creaking of the seventh step, accompanied by a heavier, more deliberate rhythm that Watson recognised immediately. "That will be Lestrade," Holmes said without moving. 17 stairs, accounting for his preference for the left side of each step and the way his right boot heel is worn slightly unevenly. He climbs with the determination of a man who knows he will be offered tea and possibly something stronger. Or, Watson suggested mildly, Mrs. Hudson mentioned this morning that she had invited him for supper. That would also explain it, Holmes conceded, with the faint smile of a man who enjoyed his deductions, but was not so precious about them that he could not acknowledge simpler explanations. The door opened, and Mrs. Hudson entered with the bearing of a woman who had long ago ceased to be surprised by anything that occurred in her first-floor rooms. Though she maintained a reserve of gentle astonishment for special occasions, she carried a fresh pot of tea and what appeared to be the remnants of a beef pie, still fragrant with gravy and the ghosts of onions. Behind her came Inspector Lestrade, looking exactly as a Scotland Yard detective should look at the end of a November day, slightly rumpled, faintly damp, carrying the particular exhaustion of a man who had spent hours attempting to apply logic to human behaviour, and had been reminded repeatedly that the two were rarely on speaking terms. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice carrying the accent of London streets softened by years of professional necessity. "I hope I'm not intruding." "You are," Holmes said pleasantly, "but we forgive you. Mrs. Hudson's beef pie purchases considerable tolerance. Do sit down before Watson eats your portion through sheer force of anticipatory appetite." Lestrade chuckled. Removing his coat and draping it over the back of the chair, Watson hastily cleared of its burden of newspapers. The inspector was a man of moderate everything. Moderate height, moderate build, moderate brown hair beginning its moderate retreat from his forehead, but his eyes held a sharpness that spoke of intelligence applied practically, without flourish, to the daily work of keeping chaos at arm's length. Mrs. Hudson distributed tea and pie with the efficiency of long practice, her movements economical, her expression one of patient amusement. She was a woman of perhaps 55, though she wore her years lightly, her grey hair pinned with precision, her dress the practical dark fabric of a woman who understood that landladying required both dignity and the ability to remove stains. "Will you be wanting anything else, Mr. Holmes?" she asked, in the tone that suggested the correct answer was no. "Only your company," Mrs. Hudson Holmes replied, "if you can spare it. The evening seems to be gathering us all together, and it would be incomplete without you." She paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before settling into something warmer. "Well," she said, "I suppose the washing up can wait. Though if you're planning one of your experiments, I'll thank you for waiting until I've left the room." "No experiments," Holmes assured her. "Merely conversation. Watson has been threatening me with philosophy, and I require witnesses to his deteriorating sense of appropriate evening entertainment." Mrs. Hudson took the remaining chair, the one nearest the window, smoothing her skirts with the automatic gesture of a woman who had been sitting in chairs since chairs were invented, and knew precisely how to arrange herself for both comfort and propriety. The room settled around them. 5 souls, no, 4 yet, but Watson had the curious sensation that they were waiting for something or someone. The fire breathed quietly, the fog pressed close, the clock ticked toward the quarter hour. It was Lestrade who provided it, reaching for his tea with the grateful hands of a man who had been cold longer than he cared to admit. "Quiet night at the Yard," he said, "for once. Thought I'd take advantage before the usual Saturday madness begins. Amazing how people save their criminal impulses for the weekend. as if wrongdoing were a recreational activity. Human nature, Watson observed, prefers its mischief with an audience. Weekdays are too busy for proper theatrical crime. Speaking of theatrical, Lestrade continued, settling back into his chair with his tea balanced on his knee. I was reading to my boy last night. He's mad for stories just now. Pirates, explorers, that sort of thing. Wanted 3 tales before he'd consent to sleep, and even then I suspect he lay awake inventing his own The Mark of an Active Mind, Holmes said. Though whether that's a blessing or a curse will depend entirely on whether he applies it to engineering or to evading his lessons. Bit of both, I expect, Lestrade said fondly. But it got me thinking, everyone fancies themselves a storyteller, don't they? Everyone's got that one tale they tell at parties or down the pub, the one they've polished smooth with repetition. The words hung in the warm air of the sitting room, and Watson felt something shift the way a conversation sometimes does when it stumbles accidentally into unexpected territory. He glanced at Holmes, who had gone very still in that particular way that meant his interest had been caught by something small and potentially amusing. Are you suggesting, Inspector Holmes said slowly, that you possess such a tale? Because I must tell you, the image of Lestrade as a racketeur has a certain absurdist appeal. I'm suggesting, Lestrade replied with dignity, that we all do. Even you, Mr. Holmes, though I imagine yours would be insufferably clever, and leave the rest of us feeling intellectually inadequate. That is simply how I take my tea, Holmes murmured. With 2 sugars and a vague sense of superiority, Mrs. Hudson made a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. Watson grinned into his teacup. The door opened again, without preamble this time, and a voice preceded its owner into the room. I could hear you from the street, Sherlock. Your attempts at wit carry surprisingly well through fog, Mycroft Holmes entered, as he did all things with the air of a man who had calculated the precise amount of effort required, and had consented to expend exactly that much, and no more. He was larger than his younger brother, softer in outline but harder in essence, his bulk suggesting not indolence but the concentrated weight of a mind that moved empires while appearing to do nothing more strenuous than reading the newspaper. He removed his coat with the fastidious care of a man who knew its cost down to the last shilling, and draped it over the coat rack with precision. His suit was Savile Row, his collar was impeccable, and his gloves were kid-skin dyed a grey that matched his eyes exactly. Everything about Mycroft Holmes suggested a man who'd considered all possible variables and addressed for each of them, Brotherman Sherlock said, not rising. To what do we owe the interruption of our peaceful evening peaceful? Mycroft settled himself onto the settee, which protested faintly under his weight. I distinctly heard the word storytelling as I ascended. Nothing involving you and an audience has ever been peaceful. I came to observe the inevitable disaster. How very fraternal, Sherlock murmured. But Watson saw the faint pleasure in Holmes's eyes, the way his posture had shifted infinitesimally toward engagement. The Holmes brothers performed their mutual disdain with the skill of long practice, but beneath it ran a current of affection. Neither would ever acknowledge directly Mr. Mycroft, Mrs. Hudson said warmly. I'll fetch another cup. Please don't trouble yourself on my account, Mrs. Hudson. Though if you happen to have any of that excellent seed cake, I might, she said, rising, if certain people hadn't been at it when they thought I wasn't looking. She departed with a rustle of skirts, leaving the 4 men in temporary silence. The fog pressed closer to the windows. The fire settled lower into its bed of coals. It was Watson, surprising himself, who spoke next. Actually, he said, setting down his cup with a soft click of china on wood, Lestrade may have stumbled onto something. A storytelling contest. Here, tonight. Each of us tells a tale, real, invented, embroidered from truth. Whatever we please. The best story wins. Wins what? Sherlock asked, but his eyes had brightened with the gleam of competition. The satisfaction of victory, Watson replied. Isn't that always enough for you? A fair point, Sherlock conceded, though I would require a judge. Someone of impeccable taste and ruthless objectivity. All eyes turned to Mycroft, who sighed the sigh of a man who had seen this coming from several moves back, and had nevertheless failed to avoid it. Very well, he said, I shall serve as adjudicator, though I warn you my standards are exacting. and I have no patience for sentimentality masquerading as narrative structure. Perfect Lestrade said, grinning. Nothing I tell will be sentimental. It'll be true, which is far worse. Mrs. Hudson returned with cake and an extra cup, and when informed of the proposed entertainment, she merely smiled and resumed her seat. Well then, she said, cutting the cake with practised efficiency. I hope someone's volunteering me for this contest, because I've a story or two that would curl your hair, Mr. Holmes, both Mr. Holmeses, in fact. Now I'm genuinely intrigued, Sherlock said. The evening had found its shape then. Outside, London dreamed beneath its blanket of fog. Inside 221B Baker Street, 5 people settled themselves around a dying fire, around the promise of stories, around the particular intimacy that comes when the world shrinks to a single room, and the only ambition is to while away the hours pleasantly. Mycroft produced a small notebook from his inner pocket, because of course he carried notebooks everywhere, and opened it to a fresh page. "Rules," he announced, in the tone of a man conducting a parliamentary session. "Each participant will tell one story. Length is discretionary, but I reserve the right to penalise excessive verbosity. Subject matter is unrestricted, though I would prefer we avoid anything that would disturb Mrs. Hudson's digestion." "Very considerate," Mrs. Hudson murmured. "The story may be true, false, or ambiguous," Mycroft continued. "I will judge on the basis of structure, originality, delivery, and that indefinable quality which separates mere recitation from actual narrative art. My decision will be final and unchallengeable, as befits my natural authority." "Insufferable," Sherlock observed affectionately. "Indubitably," Mycroft agreed. "Now then, we require an order of performance. Shall we draw lots?" Watson tore a sheet from his notebook, divided it into 5 strips, numbered them, and folded each carefully. They drew in silence, each examining their number with varying degrees of satisfaction or dismay. "I'm first," Lestrade announced, looking both pleased and slightly apprehensive. "Right then. No time to get nervous." "I'm second," Mrs. Hudson said serenely. "Third," Watson added. "Fourth." Sherlock said, with the smile of a man who had gotten exactly what he wanted. "Which makes me the closing argument," Mycroft observed. "How appropriate you're participating." Sherlock sat forward in surprise. "Of course, one can hardly judge what one has not attempted oneself." "It would be unsporting." Mycroft settled back, his expression unreadable. "I shall endeavour not to outshine you too egregiously, little brother." The fire crackled. The clock chimed the half-hour. The fog settled in for the night, wrapping Baker Street in secrecy and stillness. And in the warm sitting-room at 221B, the contest began. Mycroft Holmes withdrew a fountain pen from his waistcoat pocket, with the ceremonial gravity of a magistrate preparing to pronounce sentences. The pen was silver, naturally, with his initials engraved in a script so elegant it might have been calligraphy, might have been a threat. He uncapped it with a soft click that somehow commanded attention more effectively than a gavel striking would. "Before we commence," he said, his voice carrying the measured cadence of a man who had spent his career turning chaos into memoranda, "we must establish parameters. A contest without structure is merely anarchy with aspirations." "God forbid we have anarchy," Sherlock murmured, but he was listening, his fingers drumming a silent rhythm against the arm of his chair. Quite, Mycroft agreed, missing or ignoring the sarcasm with equal facility. "First, each story must have a beginning, middle and end. This seems self-evident, but I have attended enough dinner parties to know that self-evidence and human behaviour are distant acquaintance at best." Lestrade chuckled, shifting in his chair until he found the position that best accommodated both comfort and the slice of seed cake balanced on his knee. The inspector had loosened his collar entirely now, revealing the slightly frayed edge of a shirt that had seen better days but still maintained its dignity through sheer force of Mrs. Hudson's laundry expertise. There was something endearing about Lestrade in repose, all the professional wariness softened into the expression of a man among friends, allowed to simply be. "Second," Mycroft continued, making a notation in his book with the precision of a man recording matters of state, "the story may be drawn from personal experience, from imagination, or from that nebulous territory where memory and invention have long since stopped distinguishing themselves from one another? I will not require verification of truthfulness, as that would rather defeat the purpose of storytelling, which has always been humanity's most elegant form of lying. I thought that was politics, Watson said mildly. Politics is storytelling with consequences, Doctor. Entirely different beast. Mycroft's pen hovered over the page. Third, the audience may ask clarifying questions at the conclusion of each tale, but may not interrupt during the telling. This is both courtesy and self-preservation. Sherlock becomes insufferable when interrupted, and I prefer my evenings without histrionics. I never do histrionics, Sherlock protested. I do pointed silences and withering observations. There's a distinction noted and disregarded. Mycroft said forth, I will provide commentary after each story, but will withhold final judgment until all tales have been told. This prevents premature conclusions and allows for comparative analysis, which is the foundation of all proper assessment. Mrs. Hudson had produced her knitting from the work-basket beside her chair. A project of indeterminate purpose in soft grey wool that seemed to grow by inches even as one watched. Her needles clicked a gentle counterpoint to Mycroft's pronouncements, and her expression suggested she had heard men establish rules for entertainment before, and knew precisely how long such rules would last once the actual entertainment began. The sitting room had settled into its evening personality now, that particular atmosphere of a space that knew itself to be inhabited by people who belonged there. The wallpaper's fleur-de-lis pattern seemed less assertive in the lamplight, more like a gentle suggestion of elegance that no longer needed to announce itself. The books had achieved that quality of comfortable disorder that speaks not of neglect but of active use. Volumes pulled and consulted and left open to marked pages, treatises on chemistry leaning against collections of folklore, medical texts supporting towers of monographs on tobacco ash, and the distinctive mud of various London postal districts. Above the fireplace, the mirror reflected the room back to itself in softened versions. The glow of the lamps became haloed warmth. The people became impressionist sketches of themselves. The very air seemed painted in shades of amber and shadow. It was the sort of mirror that had witnessed years of this room's life that had seen Holmes pace and deduce and occasionally shoot holes in the wall out of sheer frustrated brilliance, that had reflected Watson's return from Afghanistan, and every case since that knew Mrs. Hudson's disapproving looks and rare smiles in equal measure. The mantelpiece itself was a museum of domesticity and detection in miniature. The clock, stolid and reliable, kept time with the persistence of something that had been wound every Sunday morning for decades and saw no reason to stop now. Beside it, a tobacco slipper that Holmes had abandoned weeks ago and never reclaimed. A small knife for opening correspondence, its handle, mother of pearl gone slightly yellow with age. 3 spent bullet casings that no one had bothered to remove standing in a tidy row like soldiers at attention. A photograph of Watson's late wife, Mary, her smile captured in sepia permanence. Watching over the room with benevolent distance, Fifth Mycroft said, and Watson realised he had been cataloguing the room's contents, while the rules continued their stately progression. Style will be considered alongside substance. A boring truth told well defeats an exciting falsehood told poorly. Language matters. Pacing matters. The ability to transport one's audience from this sitting room into whatever world the tale inhabits, that matters most of all. Are you judging a storytelling contest or auditioning narrators for the Royal Shakespeare Company? Sherlock asked, but there was approval in his voice. His brother's perfectionism might be insufferable, but it was also reassuringly familiar. I am ensuring, Mycroft replied, that we do not waste an evening on mediocrity when excellence is available with only modest additional effort. 6th, and finally, the winner will be announced when I am satisfied that I have reached the correct conclusion. This may be immediately following the final story, or it may require deliberation. I do not perform my analyses on demand. Unless the government requires it, Sherlock noted. The government pays me handsomely for expedited conclusions. You lot are getting my services and will therefore accommodate my timeline. Mycroft capped his pen with the same decisive click that had begun the proceedings. "Are we agreed on these terms?" A murmur of assent circled the room. Lestrade nodded with the slightly dazed expression of a man who had expected a casual evening's entertainment and found himself instead in something resembling a formal competition. Mrs. Hudson's needles never paused. Watson reached for his own notebook, old habits from years of chronicling Holmes's cases, then thought better of it and simply settled deeper into his chair, the leather creaking familiarly beneath him. The room itself seemed to inhale, to gather itself for what was coming. Outside, the fog had thickened to the consistency of wool, muffling even the memory of the city beyond these walls. No hansom cabs rattled past now. No footsteps echoed on the pavement. London had become an idea rather than a place, something that existed in theory while reality contracted to this single room. These 5 people, this pool of lamplight holding back the November darkness. The fire had burned down to a bed of coals that glowed with inner life, each piece of coal a small furnace breathing heat into the room. Occasionally one would shift, settling deeper into the grate with a sound like a sigh, sending up a brief constellation of sparks that died before reaching the chimney's darkness. The coal was good, Welsh anthracite, the expensive kind that burned clean and long, Mrs. Hudson's concession to the necessity of keeping her lodgers from freezing, even if they did sometimes pay the rent late and always kept irregular hours. The tea things had been pushed to one side of the low table, making room for the seed cake, which had been efficiently divided into portions that somehow managed to be exactly equal, despite appearing casually served. Mrs. Hudson's domestic mathematics were a mystery Watson had long since stopped trying to solve. She simply knew, with the certainty of a long practice, how to portion 4 slices that would satisfy 4 different appetites, how to pour tea that was always the right temperature, how to maintain a household that appeared to run itself, but in fact ran on her invisible competence. Lestrade had finished his cake and was brushing crumbs from his waistcoat, with the automatic gesture of a man who had learned to eat neatly in public, and could not quite abandon the habit even in friendly company. His face had taken on the particular expression Watson recognised from their many collaborations, the look of a man sorting through mental files, deciding which story to tell, which version of events would serve best. The inspector was no fool, whatever Sherlock's occasional dismissive comments might suggest. He had survived years at Scotland Yard by understanding people, by knowing which truths to tell and which to keep, by navigating the complicated waters where justice and procedure did not always swim in the same direction. "I suppose," Lestrade said slowly, "that I should begin, since fate and Dr. Watson's numbering system have designated me the opening act. Though I'll warn you, my tale isn't fancy. No locked rooms or impossible crimes, just the sort of thing that happens to a working detective who's more concerned with catching criminals than impressing anyone with cleverness." "The best stories rarely announce themselves as such," Mycroft observed, his pen poised above his notebook like a hawk above a field. "Proceed when ready, Inspector. We are, as they say, all ears." Sherlock shifted in his chair, drawing one leg beneath him in that curiously boneless way he had of arranging himself for prolonged attention. His pipe had gone out some time ago, but remained clenched between his teeth, a prop more than a necessity, something to occupy his hands while his mind worked. The evening light, such as it was filtered through fog and window glass, caught the sharp planes of his face, the high forehead and angular jaw that suggested intellect had been carved into flesh, and given permission to walk around making observations. Watson found himself studying his friend with the distant part of his mind that never quite stopped being a doctor. Even in repose, Holmes looked well tonight, he thought. Not in the grip of one of those black moods that sometimes descended when cases were scarce, and his mind turned inward with nowhere else to direct its relentless energy. Not overstimulated to the point of sleeplessness, and that manic brilliance that worried Watson, even as he marvelled at it. Simply present, engaged. The Sherlock Holmes that Watson most enjoyed, clever without being cruel, amused without being dismissive, content to be among friends even if he would never quite admit to needing friendship. Mrs. Hudson's knitting had produced another several inches of grey wool. the pattern emerging as something that might become a scarf, might become a shawl, might remain in perpetual productive limbo. She knitted the way other people breathed, steadily, unconsciously, with the rhythm of long practice turned into meditation. Her eyes, bright and sharp despite her years, moved between her work and Lestrade's face, reading him the way she had learned to read all the men who passed through her establishment. The inspector was nervous, she could see, eager to please but uncertain of his material. Good man, Lestrade. Honest, loyal, not brilliant like Mr. Holmes, but decent in the way that brilliant sometimes forgot to be. The clock ticked toward 9. The hour was still young, but the evening had achieved that quality of timelessness that comes when people settle in for the long duration, when there is nowhere to be and nothing to do except exist together in companionable focus. Victorian England, for all its rigid schedules and obsessive punctuality, still understood this. The value of an evening given over entirely to conversation, to entertainment that required nothing more than voices and attention, to the ancient human pleasure of stories told in the firelight. This was, Watson reflected, a particularly Victorian form of entertainment. Not the grand balls and glittering soirees that the upper classes threw with exhausting regularity. Not the music halls and penny theatres where the working classes sought their diversions, but this middle way, the parlour gathering, the domestic circle, the evening spent in what conduct manuals called improving conversation, but which was really just people talking to people, elevated to ritual by the simple act of paying attention. The Victorians had made an art of the parlour, transforming domestic space into theatre. They had invented parlour games and parlour songs, parlour dramas and parlour debates. They had taken the medieval tradition of storytelling around the fire and draped it in middle-class respectability, given it structure and rules and the veneer of educational purpose. But underneath all that Victorian propriety, the impulse was ancient, the need to gather together as darkness fell, to hold back the night with voices and shared warmth, to remember that humans were social creatures who had survived by clustering around fires and telling each other tales of where they had been and what they had seen. Lestrade cleared his throat, set down his teacup with careful precision, and straightened his shoulders in the manner of a man about to give testimony in court. "Right then," he said, "here we go." The room leaned forward, metaphorically speaking. Even the fire seemed to burn more quietly, as if it too wanted to listen. And in that moment, in that breath before the first word of the first story, Watson felt something shift, a sense of occasion settling over the evening like a blessing, like a spell, like the particular magic that happens when ordinary people decide to do something together, and suddenly it becomes something more than the sum of its parts. Mycroft's pen was ready. Mrs. Hudson's needles had stilled. Sherlock's eyes had half closed in that expression of deep listening. The fog pressed close against the windows, wrapping 221B Baker Street in cotton wool and privacy. The contest had truly begun. Lestrade settled himself more firmly into his chair, his hands finding their way to his knees in that posture of determined storytelling, a man anchoring himself before launching into waters he wasn't entirely certain were safe for navigation. The lamplight caught the faint lines around his eyes, the small signatures of a career spent squinting at crime scenes and questioning witnesses who invariably lied about something, even when the truth would have served them better. This happened. He began his voice taking on the particular cadence of a practised witness about 3 years back. Winter, like now, though earlier in the season. Late October, when the cold first starts remembering it has teeth. I was stationed at Bow Street then, before my transfer to Scotland Yard proper, and we got called to a disturbance at a boarding house in Clerkenwell. He paused, as if sorting through memory's filing system, pulling the right details forward. Now, Clerkenwell isn't exactly Mayfair, but it isn't the worst of London either. Respectable working people mostly, clerks and shop assistants, the sort who keep their front steps clean, and their curtains laundered even if the curtains are 6 years old and mended in 3 places. The boarding house was called the Prospect of Whitby, which was optimistic given that it was nowhere near the Thames and had no prospect of anything except the brick wall of the factory next door. Watson smiled. Lestrade was a better storyteller than he gave himself credit for that particular. Detail about the factory wall had the ring of observed truth, the kind of specific disappointment that fiction rarely bothered to invent. The landlady was a Mrs. Butterworth, Lestrade continued, warming to his narrative now, his shoulders loosening as he found his rhythm. Enormous woman, not fat but solid, like she'd been carved from a single piece of Yorkshire granite. Voice like a foghorn and a moral code she could have used to cut glass. She met me at the door with her arms folded across her chest and the expression of someone who had found a slug in her salad and wanted to know who was responsible. Mrs. Hudson's needles resumed their quiet clicking, a sign, Watson had learned, that she was listening intently. She only stopped knitting when something truly surprised her. "Inspector," she says to me. I was a sergeant then, actually, but she'd promoted me on the spot through sheer force of assumption. "Inspector, I run a respectable establishment. No followers, no drink, no shenanigans of any description. And yet I have a man in room 7 who has been dead for 3 days and nobody noticed." Sherlock's eyes opened fully at that, a glint of professional interest cutting through his pose of casual attention. "Well," Lestrade said, "you can imagine how that sounded. 3 days dead in a boarding house and nobody noticed. I thought perhaps she meant an old gentleman, lived quietly, kept to himself, the sort of tragic case you see sometimes in a city this size, people dying alone and the world just stepping over them on its way to somewhere else." The fire shifted in its grate, sending shadows dancing across the walls like an audience leaning closer. "But no! Room 7, she tells me, is occupied by a Mr. Arthur Pemberton, clerk at a tea importing firm, age 32, regular as clockwork. Takes his breakfast at 7, leaves for work at past, returns at 6, takes his supper at 7, retires at 10. Except he hasn't appeared for breakfast in 3 days, hasn't gone to work, and when Mrs. Butterworth knocked on his door that morning to collect the rent, because the rent waits for no man, living or dead, there was no answer. So she used her key," Watson supplied, knowing the rhythms of these stories. "So she used her key," Lestrade confirmed, and there he was, Mr. Arthur Pemberton, sitting upright in the chair by his window, stone dead, cold as a mackerel. And here's the peculiar bit. He was dressed for the office. Collar, tie, waistcoat, the lot. Had his hat on his knee and his gloves laid out on the table beside him, as if he'd sat down for just a moment before leaving and simply stopped. The room had gone very quiet now. Even Mycroft's pen had ceased scratching. The doctor came, young fellow very thorough, and determined that Mr. Pemberton had died of heart failure. No violence, no poison, just the sort of thing that happens sometimes to perfectly healthy men who don't know they have a weakness waiting inside their own chest. Tragic, certainly, but not mysterious. Lestrade paused, and Watson recognised the storyteller's trick, the deliberate breath before the complication. Except then, the landlord of the Barleymow pub 2 streets over came to the station. Wanted to report a missing person. A gentleman named Arthur Pemberton, who drank there every evening, hadn't been seen in 3 days. I thought, well, that's simple enough. Same man, the pub landlord just hasn't heard he's passed. But when I showed him to the morgue to confirm the identification, "Different man," Sherlock said softly, with the satisfaction of someone who had seen the twist coming, but appreciated its execution nonetheless. "Different man entirely," Lestrade agreed. "Same name, same age, same profession. Clerk at a tea importing firm, though a different firm. Same address, the prospect of Whitby boarding house in Clerkenwell. But a different face, different build, different everything." "2 Arthur Pembertons," Mrs. Hudson murmured, her knitting suspended in mid-stitch. "Both clerks, both the same age, both living at the same boarding house. Both living in room 7, Lestrade said, and now there was a hint of rueful amusement in his voice, the tone of a man who had reached the heart of his own embarrassment. Or so we thought. Turns out there were 2 room 7s in the prospect of Whitby. The building was an old warehouse that had been converted into lodgings, and when they'd done the conversion, They'd numbered the rooms front to back on the ground floor, then front to back on the first floor. But they'd also numbered them side to side on each floor depending on which staircase you came up. Watson began to laugh quietly at first, then with genuine delight at the beautiful mundanity of the confusion. So room 7 accessed from the front staircase was on the ground floor facing the street, Lestrade continued, grinning now despite himself, and room 7 accessed from the back staircase was on the first floor facing the factory wall. 2 different rooms, both called number 7, and Mrs. Butterworth, who lived in the basement and did all her collecting via the front stairs, had simply never encountered the back stairs Arthur Pemberton. While the pub landlord, whose establishment was accessible via the rear alley, had never encountered the front stairs Arthur Pemberton. "The man who died," Sherlock prompted, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of amusement that suggested he was thoroughly enjoying Lestrade's discomfort. "Was the backstairs Pemberton," Lestrade confirmed, sitting in his room, dressed for work, having died of heart failure 3 days prior, while the front stairs Pemberton was going about his business, entirely unaware that he shared not only a name and a profession, but a room number with a corpse. "And the missing person case?" Mycroft asked, his pen moving across the page in what looked like rapid shorthand. The front stairs Pemberton had gone to visit his mother in Dorset for a long weekend, and hadn't told anyone because he was a quiet man, who didn't see why his movements should be anyone's business but his own, Lestrade said. He returned 4 days later to find himself briefly famous as the man who had been both dead and missing simultaneously, which distressed him considerably. He moved out within a week. Can't say I blame him. The room exhaled into laughter, not the sharp crack of surprise, but the warm roll of shared appreciation for the absurdity of human existence, for the way the world arranged its coincidences with more imagination than any novelist would dare attempt. The boarding house, Lestrade added, renumbered its rooms within a month. Mrs. Butterworth was mortified. She'd been collecting rent from both Pembertons for 2 years, and had somehow never realised they weren't the same person. Said it was a lesson in paying closer attention to one's lodgers, though I suspect she just felt foolish for assuming all clerks named Arthur looked alike. "A cautionary tale," Mycroft observed, writing a final note with a flourish, about the dangers of organisational ambiguity and the human tendency to assume coincidence is impossible until confronted with its reality. "Well told, Inspector. You have a gift for anticlimax that verges on the profound." "I'll take that as a compliment," Lestrade said, since coming from you, criticism would be considerably more verbose. Sherlock was still smiling, that rare, unguarded expression that suggested genuine pleasure rather than intellectual satisfaction. "I particularly enjoyed the detail about the hat on the knee. A man dressed for the office but already dead. There's something quietly devastating about that. The body's determination to maintain routine even as the heart fails happens more than you'd think," Lestrade said quietly, the humour fading into something more sombre. People dying in the middle of ordinary things, putting on their shoes, making tea, sitting down to read the evening paper. Life doesn't wait for dramatic moments to end. Sometimes it just stops. The silence that followed was respectful rather than uncomfortable, an acknowledgement of the truth beneath the comedy. Mrs. Hudson set down her knitting with gentle finality and folded her hands in her lap, composing herself with the bearing of a woman about to deliver testimony at an inquest. The lamplight seemed to soften around her, or perhaps it was simply that her presence commanded a different quality of attention. The domestic rather than the professional, the intimate rather than the official. "Well," she said, her voice carrying the particular clarity of someone who had decided to speak and would not be interrupted. "Since I'm next in the order of things, I suppose I should tell you about the lodger who left a box behind Watson, shifted to face her more directly. Curiosity piqued. Mrs. Hudson rarely spoke of her life before Baker Street, before Holmes and his chaos, and the parade of clients who tracked mud across her clean floors. She existed in the present tense, a constant fixture, and it was easy to forget she had decades of life that predated her current position. This was, years ago she began, when I was newly widowed, and had taken lodgers for the first time. Not here. I didn't own this house. Yet I was renting rooms in a house in Camberwell, much smaller, just the 2 floors above the shop that sold lace and notions. The landlord was a lazy man, who was happy to have me manage his property in exchange for reduced rent, and I was happy to have something to occupy my hands and mind after she paused and Watson saw the shadow of old grief pass across her features like a cloud across the sun. After my husband passed, she continued quietly, I needed the work. I needed the distraction. I needed to feel useful to someone, even if it was just collecting rent and keeping the stairs swept. The room had gone very still, attentive in a different way now. This was not entertainment, but confidence. And the difference showed in the quality of the listening. I had 4 lodgers in those days, Mrs. Hudson said. 3 were ordinary enough, a seamstress, a clerk, a young woman who taught piano to the children of families who couldn't quite afford a governess, but could manage weekly lessons. But the 4th room was occupied by a gentleman who called himself Mr. Rivers. Christian name never provided, never requested. Just Mr. Rivers, if you please. Mysterious, Sherlock murmured, but softly, encouragingly. Not mysterious so much as private, Mrs. Hudson corrected. There's a difference, Mr. Holmes, as you well know. He was a man of perhaps 50, well-dressed but not fashionable, educated but not pretentious, paid his rent on time, kept his room tidy, never caused trouble. He'd been with me for nearly 2 years when he failed to come home one evening. She smoothed her skirts, a gesture Watson recognised as the physical manifestation of organising her thoughts. A week passed, then 2. I made inquiries, spoke to the shop owners on his route home, asked at the hospital in case he'd been brought in after an accident, even went so far as to report him missing to the police, though they weren't terribly interested in a grown man who'd simply chosen to leave his lodgings without notice. 3 weeks after his disappearance, she continued, I received a letter from a solicitor in Cheapside. Mr. Rivers had died, suddenly of an apoplexy, while visiting friends in Brighton. The letter was very formal, very correct. It informed me that Mr. Rivers had no living family, that his effects were to be disposed of according to his wishes, and that I should prepare his room for the solicitor's inspection. Mrs. Hudson's hands had begun to move again, not knitting but simply folding and refolding a pleat in her dress, a small anxious gesture that spoke of the memory's continued power. The solicitor came 3 days later, went through Mr. Rivers' belongings with thoroughness, catalogued every book, every collar, stud, every stick of shaving soap, all very proper. Said most of it would go to charity, a few personal items to be buried with the deceased. But then he said something peculiar. She looked up, meeting their eyes in turn. He said, Mrs. Hudson, my late client left specific instructions that you were to have the box. He was quite insistent on that point. The box, and only the box, is yours to keep or dispose of as you see fit. What box? Watson asked, leaning forward despite himself. A small wooden box, maybe so big. She held her hands apart to indicate something the size of a large Bible, made of dark wood, mahogany perhaps, with brass corners and a cunning little lock. It had been sitting on Mr. Rivers' dresser for as long as he'd lodged with me. I dusted around it 100 times, never thought to ask about it. Private property, you see, not my business. The fire popped, startling in the quiet, and Mrs. Hudson smiled faintly at the interruption before continuing. The solicitor gave me the box and left, and I sat in my kitchen with this thing in front of me, wondering what on earth could be inside. Mr. Rivers had been kind to me, in his quiet way. Once, when I'd been ill with bronchitis and couldn't manage the stairs, he'd brought me soup from the shop on the corner every day until I recovered. Never mentioned it, never asked for thanks, just did it. Did you open it? Lestrade asked. Mrs. Hudson's smile widened. I tried, but it was locked, and there was no key. I considered forcing it, but that seemed disrespectful somehow, so I put it in my room and decided I'd deal with it later, and then later became a week, and a week became a month, and a month became a year, and I moved to this house and brought the box with me, still locked, still mysterious. How long ago was this? Mycroft asked, his pen poised. 15 years, Mrs. Hudson said calmly, give or take, and the box has sat in the bottom of my wardrobe ever since, locked as tight as the day I received it. Sherlock had gone very still in the particular way that meant his mind was racing through possibilities. And you never discovered what was inside. I did, actually, Mrs. Hudson said, and her voice carried a note of quiet triumph. just last month. I was sorting through things, as one does when one reaches a certain age and begins to think about what will happen to one's possessions when one is gone. And I thought, well, it's been 15 years. Time to solve this little mystery. She paused for effect, and Watson found himself holding his breath. I took the box to a locksmith on Marylebone High Street. Lovely young man, very patient. He had it open in under 5 minutes, and do you know what was inside what Watson, Lestrade and Sherlock spoke almost in unison? Mrs. Hudson's expression was perfectly serene. Absolutely nothing. Empty as a church on Monday. Just the smell of old wooden brass and a small brass plate fixed to the inside of the lid with an inscription. What did it say? Watson P? It said, Mrs. Hudson quoted softly, for Mrs. Hudson, who kept her own counsel and respected mine, may you always know that privacy is the greatest gift one person can give another, with gratitude, G. Rivers. The silence that followed was profound, rich with the weight of an ending that was somehow perfect in its emptiness. He left you a locked box, Sherlock said slowly, containing nothing but a message about privacy. A man you barely knew, who died 15 years ago, wanted you to know that he valued your discretion. Yes, Mrs. Hudson said simply, and I've kept that box. I still have it, because it taught me something important, that sometimes the most precious things we own aren't things at all. They're the trust someone placed in us, even if we didn't know we'd earned it. Mycroft set down his pen and regarded Mrs. Hudson with an expression Watson had rarely seen on his face, something approaching genuine respect, unmarred by cynicism. Mrs. Hudson, he said quietly, that may be the most perfectly constructed story I've heard in years. Economy of detail, emotional resonance, and a conclusion that manages to be both surprising and inevitable. If the rest of the evening maintains this standard, I shall be genuinely torn in my final judgment. Mrs. Hudson picked up her knitting again, needles resuming their steady rhythm, but Watson could see the faint colour in her cheeks, the small pleased smile she was trying to hide. Well, she said, I've had longer to polish it than the inspector had with his. 15 years of wondering what was in that box. You can't help but make a story out of that. The fire burned lower. The clock ticked toward 9:30, and Watson, settling deeper into his chair, thought that the evening had already exceeded his expectations, and they were only 2 stories in. The best, he suspected, was yet to come. Watson had known from the moment he drew the number 3 that his turn would come too quickly. Not quickly enough to be swept up in the momentum of beginning, but not late enough to benefit from the careful observation of what worked and what didn't. The middle position, the forgotten child of any performance, neither memorable opening nor triumphant finale. He cleared his throat, a gesture he recognised even as he made it as pure nervousness masquerading as preparation. His teacup had gone cold again, the surface of the liquid developing that faint film that spoke of neglect and distraction. He set it aside with more care than necessary, buying himself another few seconds to arrange his thoughts into something resembling narrative order. Right then, he said, and was pleased to hear his voice emerge steady, carrying the authority of a man who had, after all, made his living telling Holmes's stories to the reading public. I should warn you that my tale may suffer by comparison to Mrs. Hudson's elegant minimalism. I've never been one for brevity when elaboration will do. We've noticed, Holmes said mildly, but his eyes were kind. Watson smiled despite himself. This happened during my time in Afghanistan, before I met Holmes, before I knew that Baker Street existed or that my life would take the turn it did. I was stationed with my regiment at Kandahar, serving as assistant surgeon, though in practice that meant being the only doctor for miles who wasn't already dead or drunk, which rather expanded one's responsibilities. He settled back, feeling the familiar weight of memory, the way certain stories lived in the body as much as the mind. Afghanistan was 20 years gone now, but his shoulder still ached when the weather turned cold, still reminding him of the Jezail bullet that had ended his military career and begun everything else. It was summer, he continued, which in Afghanistan means heat that sits on you like a physical weight, that turns your uniform into a sodden second skin and makes you dream of English rain the way a drowning man dreams of air. We'd been at the garrison for 3 months without relief. 3 months of watching the horizon for movement and trying to keep men alive in conditions that seemed designed by Providence specifically to kill them. The room had shifted around him, the way rooms did when a story began to take hold. Mrs. Hudson's knitting had slowed. Lestrade had leaned back, his expression settling into the focused middle distance of someone watching scenes unfold behind his eyes. Even Mycroft, pen in hand, seemed less like a judge and more like a listener. There was a village, Watson said, about 5 miles from our position. A small place, maybe 40 families, clustered around a well in the foothills. We'd had friendly relations with them, or as friendly as relations can be when you're an occupying force, and they're occupied, which is to say we paid them for supplies and they didn't shoot at us, and both sides pretended this was mutual respect rather than mutual necessity. Holmes had closed his eyes, but Watson knew that posture. He was listening with the entirety of his formidable attention, filing away every detail for later analysis, or simply for the pleasure of hearing his friend speak of a time he rarely discussed. The headman of the village had a daughter, Watson continued, and even now, 20 years later, he could see her clearly. The dark eyes that missed nothing, the careful courtesy that never quite became warmth. Her name was Aisha, and she was perhaps 19 or 20, though it was hard to tell. Beautiful in that particular way that makes beauty almost irrelevant. You noticed her intelligence first, her competence, and only later realised that she could have sat for paintings of Persian queens. Romantic already, Lestrade observed, but gently, with the tone of a man enjoying the story rather than mocking it. I'm a romantic, Watson admitted without shame. Always have been. It's why I write the cases the way I do, much to Holmes's periodic dismay. But this isn't that sort of story. Or rather it is, but not in the way you might expect. He paused, gathering the threads of memory, feeling for the shape of the narrative beneath the raw material of experience. Aisha had learned some English from traders who passed through the region. Not much, but enough to make herself understood. And she had learned, somehow, about European medicine, herbs and compounds that weren't part of traditional Afghan practice. She would come to the garrison sometimes, ostensibly bringing goods from the village, but she'd linger near the hospital tent, watching me work with an intensity that was almost unnerving. The fire shifted in its grate, and Watson watched the coals rearrange themselves, seeing in their glow the remembered fires of cooking pots, the distant lights of the Hindu Kush at sunset. One evening, just as the heat was beginning to loosen its grip, and the mountains were turning that particular shade of purple that Afghanistan does better than anywhere else on earth, she came to the garrison alone. This was unusual. The women from the village always travelled in groups, always with chaperones, always maintaining the careful distance that propriety demanded. But Aisha came alone, just as dusk was settling, and asked to speak with me privately. Ominous, Sherlock murmured. I thought so too, Watson agreed. My first thought was that someone in the village was ill, that she needed medical help and couldn't ask for it publicly for some reason of politics or pride. But when I took her to the hospital tent, she shook her head. She wanted to show me something, she said, but it had to be away from the garrison, away from eyes that might see and tongues that might wag. Mrs. Hudson's needles had stopped entirely now. Even Mycroft had looked up from his notes, his expression unreadable but attentive. Every bit of military training I possessed told me this was a terrible idea, Watson said. Leaving the garrison at dusk alone, with a local woman I barely knew, heading into terrain that could hide 100 ambushes. But there was something in her manner, not desperation exactly, but a quiet urgency that felt honest. And I was young, foolish, and curious in the way that young doctors are curious about anything that might expand their knowledge. So you went, Lestrade said. So I went. Told my commanding officer I was stepping out for air, not technically a lie, though a significant lie of omission, and followed Aisha into the foothills as the last light bled from the sky. Watson could feel the story taking hold now, the rhythm of it finding his voice, the old practiced ease of narration settling into his shoulders. This was what he did, after all, what he'd been doing for years. taking lived experience and shaping it into something that others could inhabit, could understand, could feel. We walked for perhaps 20 minutes, he continued, following paths that were barely paths, just the ghost trails that goats make when they move between grazing areas. The mountains rose around us like the walls of a vast cathedral, and the silence was profound. That particular silence you only find in wild places, where the absence of human noise lets you hear the world breathing. "You're quite good at this," Mycroft observed quietly, making a note. "The atmospheric detail serves the narrative tension rather than interrupting it." "Continue," Watson inclined his head in acknowledgement. Aisha led me to a small cave. Really just an indentation in the rock face, hidden by a fall of stones that looked natural but had clearly been arranged inside, barely visible in the dying light, was an old woman. Very old, impossibly old. The kind of age that makes you wonder if time works differently in some places for some people. The old woman was ill. That much was obvious, even in the poor light. Fever, rapid breathing, the particular pallor that speaks of infection spreading through the blood. But what Aisha wanted to show me wasn't the woman herself. It was what she was lying on. He paused, remembering the shock of recognition, the way his medical training had suddenly collided with something that made no logical sense. It was a British Army medical kit. Standard issue, the kind every field surgeon carried. But this one was old. Very old. The leather case cracked and faded, the brass fittings green with verdigris. And when I opened it, the instruments inside were arranged with the care of someone who knew exactly what each one was for and how to use it. The room was silent except for the clock's steady ticking and the soft sigh of the settling coals. The old woman, Watson said quietly, had been treating the villagers sick for decades, using surgical techniques she couldn't possibly know, using instruments she couldn't possibly have obtained, performing procedures that shouldn't have been possible for someone without formal training. Aisha told me, in her careful English, that her great-grandmother had been helped by a British doctor during the First Anglo-Afghan War 40 years earlier, that he had left her his medical kit when he died of wounds she couldn't save him from, that she had learned everything she could from watching him work in the days before his death, and had been practicing that knowledge ever since. "Good Lord," Lestrade breathed. "The woman was dying," Watson continued, his voice softening with the weight of old sorrow. "The infection had gone too far for my limited supplies to combat, but she had wanted to see another British doctor before she passed, had wanted to know if she had honoured the gift she'd been given, if she had used the instruments correctly, if the man who'd saved her life would have been proud of what she'd done with his legacy." Watson's hands had found his own knee, gripping it perhaps harder than necessary, anchoring himself to the present while his mind walked through the past. "I spent 3 hours in that cave," he said, examining the instruments, looking at the makeshift records she'd kept, sketches of procedures, attempts to phonetically write down medical terms in English, case notes in what I later learned was Pashto. And the work was brilliant. Crude by European standards, yes, limited by available materials and isolation from medical advancement, but brilliant nonetheless. She had developed her own suturing techniques, her own approaches to setting fractures, her own herbal combinations for managing pain and infection. "What happened to her?" Mrs. Hudson asked gently. "She died 2 days later," Watson said. Aisha came to tell me, and brought me a small leather pouch that the old woman had wanted me to have. Inside were 3 surgical instruments from the original kit, a scalpel, a set of forceps, and a probe. Tools she had used for 40 years, kept immaculately clean and sharp, honoured as sacred objects. He reached into his waistcoat pocket and withdrew a small leather pouch, worn soft with age and handling. From it, he extracted the 3 instruments, laying them carefully on the table, where the lamplight caught their old steel. "I carried them through the rest of my service in Afghanistan," Watson said. "They saved my life once, during a skirmish when the regulation kit was lost and I had to remove shrapnel from my own leg using those 3 instruments and a bottle of whiskey. I've carried them ever since. A reminder that medicine isn't about grand hospitals and prestigious positions. It's about doing what you can with what you have for whoever needs it." The silence that followed was respectful, almost reverent. Sherlock had opened his eyes and was looking at the instruments with an expression Watson couldn't quite read. Something between approval and a deeper emotion that his friend would never name aloud. The British doctor who left the kit. Mycroft said eventually, his voice unusually gentle. "Did you ever discover his identity?" "I did, actually," Watson replied. "Took me years digging through military records when I returned to England. His name was Thomas Bradshaw, assistant surgeon with the 44th Regiment of Foot. He was 24 when he died in that Afghan village, trying to treat wounded soldiers and villagers alike during the retreat from Kabul. The records listed him as missing, presumed dead. No one ever knew what happened to him, where he was buried, whether his death meant anything beyond another name in the casualty lists." Watson carefully returned the instruments to their pouch. His movements slow and deliberate, but it did mean something, he said quietly. "For 40 years, a woman used his tools to heal people who would have died otherwise. She passed on what knowledge she could to her children and grandchildren, and she died knowing that another doctor had seen her work and found it worthy. That's a legacy, isn't it? Not fame or recognition, but the quiet continuation of purpose beyond our own brief lives." He looked up, meeting their eyes in turn. "So that's my story. Not terribly dramatic, I'm afraid. No mysteries solved, no criminals caught. Just a young doctor in a foreign land learning that medicine, like kindness, crosses boundaries we think are absolute." Mrs. Hudson had tears in her eyes, though her expression remained composed. "Dr. Watson," she said softly, "that may be the most beautiful story I've heard in years. Thank you for sharing it." Lestrade nodded agreement, clearly moved despite his professional reserve. "Puts my tale of confused lodgers to shame, Doctor. That's the sort of thing that restores your faith in people." Mycroft was writing rapidly, his pen moving across the page with unusual vigour. When he finally looked up, his expression was thoughtful. "An interesting structural choice," he observed, "opening with a romantic suggestion and then subverting it into something deeper. The physical evidence," he gestured to the pouch, "adds authenticity without feeling performative, and the thematic resonance with Mrs. Hudson's tale about gifts and legacy is either brilliantly calculated or fortuitously coincidental." "Entirely coincidental," Watson assured him, "though I'll accept credit for a brilliant calculation if you're offering it." "The emotional manipulation is perhaps slightly heavy-handed," Mycroft continued, "but executed with sufficient sincerity to avoid sentimentality. The pacing is good, the descriptive passages serve the narrative, and the ending lands with appropriate weight. Well done, Doctor. You've set quite a high bar for the remaining participants." Watson felt absurdly pleased by the assessment, like a schoolboy receiving praise from a stern master. He settled back into his chair, suddenly aware of how much energy storytelling consumed, how draining it was to reach into memory and pull out the pieces of yourself you'd packed away for safekeeping. Sherlock was still looking at him with that unreadable expression, and Watson met his gaze with a small smile. They had known each other for years now, had shared dangers and triumphs and the quiet moments between cases, but there were still corners of each other's lives that remained unexplored, stories untold because the opportunity had never quite arisen. "I never knew about the instruments," Sherlock said finally. "You've carried them all these years and never mentioned them." "You never asked," Watson replied simply, "and some things are difficult to speak about until the right moment arrives." The fire had burned down to a bed of embers that glowed like captured sunset. The fog outside had thickened to the point of opacity, turning the windows into dark mirrors that reflected the room back to itself. The clock showed 10:15, and the evening stretched ahead with the promise of more stories, more revelations, more of this peculiar intimacy that comes when people share the carefully curated pieces of their inner lives. "Well," Lestrade said, breaking the contemplative silence with the practical tones of a man ready to move forward, "I don't envy you, Mr. Holmes. Following that will take some doing." Sherlock's smile was slow, dangerous, and full of anticipatory delight. "Inspector," he said softly, "I've been composing my entry since Watson drew his number. Trust me when I say that I am more than adequately prepared." He stood, stretching with feline grace, and moved to the window, where he stood silhouetted against the fog, a dark figure wrapped in contemplation, and the gathering of theatrical effect. But first he said, turning back to face them, "I believe Mrs. Hudson's excellent hospitality requires refreshment. Fresh tea, perhaps. We'll need fortification for what comes next." Mrs. Hudson rose with the efficient movements of someone grateful for a return to the familiar territory of domestic management. "I'll put the kettle on," she said, "and there's still half a seed cake left, unless someone's been raiding the tin when my back was turned." As she left the room, her footsteps lit on the stairs, the four men sat in comfortable silence, each processing what had been shared, each preparing in their own way for what was yet to come. Watson looked at his old friend standing by the window, backlit and mysterious, and felt a flutter of anticipation. Whatever Holmes had prepared, it would be memorable. It would be clever. It would be, in its own peculiar way, a gift. Because Holmes, for all his protestations of disinterest in human sentiment, understood better than most the value of a well-told story. The game, as Holmes himself might say, was very much afoot, and the night was far from over. The tea things had been refreshed, the seed cake redistributed with Mrs. Hudson's usual mathematical precision, and the fire coaxed back into something approaching vigorous life through the judicious application of fresh coal and strategic poking. The clock had crept past 10:30 now, edging toward that hour when London truly surrendered to sleep, when even the most determined revellers began their weaving journeys homeward, and the city exhaled into the temporary peace of darkness. Holmes remained standing by the window, though he had turned now to face his audience, his tall frame relaxed but alert, like a violinist in the moment before the bow touched the string. The lamplight caught the sharp planes of his face, emphasizing the hawk-like quality that Watson had tried, with varying success, to capture in his published accounts. The sense of a mind so finely tuned to observation that it had worn away all softness from the physical housing that contained it. "I find myself," Holmes began, his voice carrying that particular musical quality he employed when he was genuinely enjoying himself, "in an interesting position. I must follow 3 stories that have established, whether intentionally or not, a pattern of emotional sincerity and personal revelation." The inspector shared professional embarrassment disguised as an anecdote. Mrs. Hudson offered us genuine mystery, resolved into philosophy, and Watson, his eyes softened almost imperceptibly, gave us a piece of himself that I suspect cost something to share. He moved from the window with that fluid grace that always seemed slightly unnatural, as if he had studied the mechanics of human movement and replicated them without fully understanding their organic basis. "I could match that pattern," he continued, beginning to pace the narrow space between the fireplace and the chairs, his hands clasped behind his back. "I could tell you about a case that taught me something about myself, some formative experience that shaped the detective I became, but that would be predictable, and I find predictability aesthetically offensive." Mycroft made a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. "So you'll be contrary for the sake of contrariness? How very like you, Sherlock." "Not contrary," Holmes corrected, pausing mid-stride to fix his brother with a glance of mock severity. "Deliberately tangential? There's a difference. I propose to tell you a story that is, in fact, about the very nature of storytelling itself, the reliability of narrative, the construction of truth, and the curious ways in which deduction and fiction are perhaps not as distinct as we might prefer to believe." He resumed his pacing, the rhythm of his footsteps providing a metronome for his words. "My tale is set in London," he said, "because all the best tales are, regardless of what their authors might claim about exotic locales. Specifically, it is set in the autumn of 1886, in the offices of a publisher in Paternoster Row, in the mind of a man who has just received a manuscript that will either make his fortune or destroy his reputation." Mrs. Hudson's knitting had resumed, but her needles moved more slowly now, her attention divided between the mechanical comfort of the work and the gathering narrative. "The publisher's name," Holmes continued, "was Edmund Blackwood. No relation to the Edinburgh Blackwoods, I should add, though he encouraged the confusion when it served his purposes. He was a man of moderate success and immoderate ambition, the sort who understood that Victorian London's appetite for sensation was bottomless, but whose own taste ran to the genuinely literary. This created a permanent state of internal conflict that manifested as indigestion and irritability in roughly equal measure. Lestrade chuckled quietly, recognising the type, the men who wanted to be artists but needed to eat, who dressed their commercial instincts in the robes of higher purpose. The manuscript that arrived on Blackwood's desk that October morning, Holmes said, his voice dropping slightly, inviting them closer into the conspiracy of the story, was unusual from the first page. It was titled The Hanover Street Confession, and it purported to be the true account of a murder that had never been solved. A killing that had occurred 20 years earlier in 1866 in a boarding house in Bloomsbury. He paused by the mantelpiece, one hand resting lightly on the marble surface, his fingers drumming a silent rhythm. Now Blackwood was no fool. He knew that true accounts were rarely particularly true, that confessions were often either fabrications by the ambitious or genuine admissions so mundane that they defeated their own sensational purposes. But this manuscript was different. It contained details about the Hanover Street murder that had never been published, elements of the crime scene that only the police and the killer could possibly have known. Watson leaned forward, his professional interest thoroughly engaged. Is this a real case? The murder itself was quite real, Holmes confirmed. Sarah Grayson, age 47, landlady of a respectable boarding house, found strangled in her own parlour on the morning of October the 15th, 1866. The investigation went nowhere. No suspects, no apparent motive, no evidence beyond the body itself, and a room that showed no signs of struggle. The case went cold within weeks, and was eventually filed away with all the other unsolved murders that London produces with such depressing regularity. Mycroft's pen was still. He was listening now not as a judge but as a fellow analyst, recognising the peculiar quality of a Holmes narrative, the way facts were arranged not chronologically but architecturally, building towards some conclusion that would seem inevitable only in retrospect. The manuscript, Holmes continued, moving away from the mantelpiece to resume his pacing, was written in the first person from the perspective of the killer. It described in meticulous detail the planning of the murder, the execution, the aftermath. But more than that, it described the psychological state of the murderer, the justification for the crime, the years of living with the secret. It was, Blackwood realised with growing excitement and equal alarm, either a genuine confession or the most convincing piece of crime fiction he had ever encountered. What did he do? Mrs. Hudson asked quietly. What any sensible publisher would do when confronted with potential gold or potential disaster, Holmes said. He consulted an expert. Specifically, he consulted the detective who had originally investigated the case, a Scotland Yard inspector named Hargreaves, now retired and living on a modest pension in Dulwich. And this is where the story becomes interesting. He stopped pacing and turned to face them fully, his expression shifting into that particular intensity that meant he was approaching the heart of his narrative. Inspector Hargreaves read the manuscript in a single sitting. When he finished, he sat in silence for several minutes, then asked Blackwood a single question. "Where did you get this?" Blackwood explained about the anonymous submission, the lack of return address, the postal mark from South London, but nothing more specific. Hargreaves read it again, more slowly this time, making notes in the margins, and then he delivered his opinion. Holmes paused, letting the tension gather like pressure before a storm. "This is not the true account of Sarah Grayson's murder," Hargreaves said, "but neither is it fiction. This was written by someone who knows how the murder was actually committed, knows it with certainty, knows it with detail, knows it with the kind of knowledge that comes only from having been present. But the perspective is wrong. The emotional register is wrong. The justification described is plausible, but inconsistent with the physical evidence." "I don't understand," Lestrade said, his brow furrowed with professional confusion. "If it's not true but not fiction, what is it?" "That," Holmes said with evident satisfaction, "is precisely what Hargreaves asked himself." And being a detective of no small ability, despite what his lack of advancement might suggest, he began to deduce. He laid out the facts. The manuscript contains accurate unpublished details. The manuscript is written from the killer's perspective. But the manuscript's emotional truth doesn't align with the physical evidence. Therefore, he let the silence stretch, and Watson found himself holding his breath. Therefore, Holmes concluded softly, the manuscript was written by someone who witnessed the murder, but did not commit it. Someone who was present, who saw everything, who kept silent for 20 years, and who has now decided to tell the truth but cannot do so directly, either from fear of prosecution as an accessory, or from some obligation to protect the actual killer, or from some psychological constraint that prevents straightforward confession. Brilliant, Mycroft murmured, making a rapid note. The deduction is sound. But how did Hargreaves prove it? He didn't prove it, Holmes said. He couldn't. The manuscript was anonymous, the author untraceable, the evidence entirely textual. But he could, and did, reopen the case based on this new hypothesis. If the killer had an audience that changed the entire investigation, he began looking not for a solitary murderer but for a pair, killer and witness, bound together by silence. Holmes moved to his chair but didn't sit, instead leaning against its back, his hands gripping the leather. Within 2 weeks of beginning this new investigation, Hargreaves identified a suspect, Thomas Grayson, Sarah's younger brother, who had been living in the boarding house at the time of the murder and had provided a seemingly solid alibi. But viewed through the lens of the manuscript's revelations, certain details began to shift significance. Thomas had been unusually calm when informed of his sister's death. He had insisted on viewing the body alone before the police arrived. He had left London within a month of the murder and had never returned, though he maintained correspondence with former neighbours. The witness, Mrs. Hudson, said quietly, who was the witness? Thomas Grayson's wife, Eleanor Holmes, replied. She'd been in the house that morning, had seen or heard the confrontation that led to Sarah's death, had perhaps even watched as Thomas strangled his sister in a rage over some financial dispute that had been festering for years, and she had kept silent. Whether from fear, from loyalty, from complicity, we'll never know with certainty. He paused, his expression growing more contemplative. But here's where the story becomes truly interesting. Hargreaves tracked Thomas Grayson to Edinburgh, where he had built a new life under his mother's maiden name. When confronted with the evidence from the manuscript and the reopened investigation, Thomas didn't confess. Instead, he smiled, actually smiled, and said, "That manuscript is fiction. I wrote it myself. I'm a failed novelist, you see, and I thought an authentic-seeming confession might finally earn me the publication I've been seeking. You can't prosecute me for making up stories about crimes that happen to involve my late sister." "Good God," Watson breathed. "But if he witnessed the details, wrote them down accurately, then he's confessing through the pretense of fiction," Lestrade finished, his detective's mind catching the thread. "But claiming it's fiction protects him legally." "Precisely," Holmes said, and Hargreaves found himself in an impossible position. He had a confession that claimed to be fabrication. He had a witness, Eleanor, who had died 3 years earlier, taking whatever truth she possessed with her. He had no physical evidence that could distinguish between fictional detail researched and actual detail remembered. He had, in short, a perfect narrative stalemate. Mycroft leaned back, a slow smile spreading across his features. "You've constructed a rather elegant problem, Sherlock. Truth disguised as lies, lies claiming to be truth, and no empirical method to distinguish between them. What happened to Blackwood's manuscript?" "It was never published," Holmes said. Hargreaves convinced Blackwood that publication would constitute obstruction of justice, though legally that was questionable at best. The manuscript was sealed as evidence, and the case was officially listed as under investigation, where it remains to this day, in a filing cabinet somewhere in Scotland Yard's archives, gathering dust and representing one of those peculiar instances where we know everything and can prove nothing. He finally sat, folding himself into his chair with that particular economy of movement that suggested satisfaction with a performance well executed. "And Thomas Grayson?" Watson asked. "What became of him?" "Lived another 12 years, Holmes said quietly. "Died of pneumonia in 1898, never having published a single word of fiction, never having confessed to anything more than an overactive imagination. Some would say he got away with murder. Others might argue he sentenced himself to a life of silence, unable to tell the story that had become his entire identity, unable to seek the literary recognition he craved without risking the legal consequences he feared. The room had gone very still, the fire's crackle the only sound breaking the contemplative silence. Mrs. Hudson had stopped knitting entirely, her hands folded over the grey wool, her expression thoughtful. "That's a cruel story," she said finally, "not in its telling, but in its substance. A man trapped between truth and self-preservation, unable to have either cleanly." "All the best stories are cruel in some fashion," Holmes replied. "Happy endings are for children and popular fiction. Reality tends toward ambiguity and unsatisfying conclusions." "And yet," Mycroft observed, his pen moving again across his notebook, "you've told it with considerable artistry. The nested layers of narrative, the story of the publisher, the story of the detective, the story of the manuscript, the story of the murder itself, all contained within your telling of it to us. It's almost baroque in its construction." "I'm showing off," Holmes admitted with uncharacteristic candour. "Watson has accused me of it often enough that I've stopped denying the impulse, but there is a point beyond the performance which is Lestrade prompted." Holmes steepled his fingers beneath his chin, that familiar gesture of deep consideration, that every story is a kind of crime scene, every narrative is evidence of something, if not of the events it describes, then of the mind that arranged those events into tellable shape. We reveal ourselves in what we choose to narrate, how we structure causality, where we place emphasis, what we omit. The Hanover Street manuscript revealed its author's guilt not through confession, but through the architecture of its lies. "And what does your story reveal about you?" Watson asked gently. Holmes was quiet for a moment, his grey eyes distant. "That I find truth insufficient and fiction unsatisfying, and spend my life in the narrow territory between them, where deduction lives. That I believe the proper arrangement of facts can create meaning, even when meaning is absent from the facts themselves. That I am, perhaps, more of a storyteller than I care to admit, just one who tells his stories through evidence rather than imaginatio. Though in this case," Mycroft said, "you've done both rather effectively. I presume there are verifiable elements to your tale." "The murder of Sarah Grayson is documented fact," Holmes confirmed. "Inspector Hargreaves existed and did investigate the case. The rest." He spread his hands in a gesture of elegant ambiguity. "The rest is as true as any story told around a fire on a foggy evening, which is to say it contains truth even if it isn't entirely true." "You made it up," Lestrade said, but he was smiling. "Some of it, at least. You've done exactly what your Thomas Grayson did, hidden invention inside the framework of fact." "I prefer to think of it as demonstrating my thesis," Holmes said, "that the boundary between fiction and deduction is more permeable than we like to believe, that both require the careful arrangement of details into patterns that reveal meaning, that both are ultimately about making sense of chaos by imposing narrative structure upon it." Mrs. Hudson had resumed her knitting, but her expression held a warmth that suggested approval beyond words. "It was brilliantly done, Mr. Holmes. Whether it's true or not hardly matters. It felt true, which is perhaps the better achievement." The clock chimed 3/4 past the hour, its notes clear and measured in the warm air of the sitting room. The fog pressed close against the windows, and somewhere in the distance, a church bell told the approach of 11 o'clock. London was settling into its deepest sleep now, the hour when even the most determined night workers began to think of their beds, when the city's breathing slowed to its lowest ebb. Watson looked at his friend with a mixture of admiration and exasperation, the familiar combination that had defined their relationship from the beginning. Holmes had indeed been showing off, had constructed a tale designed to demonstrate his particular form of brilliance, but he had also, perhaps without meaning to, revealed something genuine about how his mind worked, about the way he saw the world as a vast collection of clues waiting to be assembled into meaning. "Well," Mycroft said, setting down his pen with an air of finality, "that was certainly the most intellectually ambitious entry thus far. Whether it was the most emotionally resonant remains to be determined, but one cannot fault its construction. You've set yourself a challenge, brother, to be judged not on the sincerity of revelation, but on the elegance of artifice. We shall see if the gambit succeeds." "I never expected to win on sincerity," Holmes said cheerfully. "That's Watson's territory, not mine. I'm playing to my strengths, which are considerably more cerebral and significantly less heartwarming." "Don't sell yourself short," Watson murmured. "There's more heart in your story than you realise. The tragedy of a man unable to confess, unable to create, trapped between two identities. There's genuine pathos there, even if you've wrapped it in layers of detective work and narrative theory." Holmes glanced at Watson, and something passed between them. One of those moments of understanding that needed no words, that spoke of years of friendship and the particular intimacy of two very different minds that had somehow learned to appreciate each other's territories. "Perhaps," Holmes conceded, "though I maintain that pathos was incidental to the intellectual puzzle." "Of course it was," Watson agreed, not believing it for a moment. The fire had burned down again, the coals settling into their familiar glow. The tea had gone lukewarm in cups that no one quite remembered to drink from. The seed cake reduced to crumbs and memory. And in the comfortable chairs of 221B Baker Street, 5 people sat together in the peculiar communion that comes from sharing stories, from offering up pieces of themselves, whether factual or fictional, sincere or artfully constructed, and finding them received with attention and grace. "Right then," Mycroft said, straightening his notebook and checking his pocket watch with the precision of a man for whom time was a quantifiable resource. "That leaves only my contribution to complete our evening's entertainment, though I confess I'm tempted to declare a recess and let anticipation do some of the work for me." "Don't you dare," Mrs. Hudson said firmly. "We've come this far, and I'm not going to bed wondering what story Mycroft Holmes has been keeping in reserve all evening." Mycroft smiled, a rare expression that softened his usually austere features. "Very well, Mrs. Hudson. Far be it from me to deny such a reasonable request, though I warn you, my tale may disappoint by virtue of being insufferably like me, bureaucratic, oblique, and resolved through the application of administrative procedure rather than dramatic revelation." "Now I'm genuinely intrigued," Lestrade said, settling deeper into his chair. "A Mycroft Holmes story. This should be illuminating." And as the clock moved toward 11, as the fog-wrapped Baker, street in its silent embrace, as the fire breathed its gentle warmth into the room, Mycroft Holmes prepared to tell his tale, the final entry in an evening's entertainment that had already exceeded everyone's expectations. The contest, Watson thought, was far from decided. But the night had already become something more than competition. It had become a gift, the kind that comes rarely, and leaves its mark long after the evening ends. Mycroft Holmes did not rise from his seat, did not pace or position himself for theatrical effect, did not employ any of the performative strategies that his younger brother had wielded with such evident pleasure. Instead, he simply shifted his considerable bulk slightly to the left, crossed one leg over the other with the care of a man whose trousers were expensive and worth preserving, and opened his hands in a gesture that suggested he was about to share something both obvious and slightly tedious, which, Watson had learned, was often when Mycroft was at his most dangerous. "Before I begin my own contribution," Mycroft said, his voice carrying that particular measured quality of a senior civil servant addressing a committee, "I should confess that I had prepared an entirely different story for this evening, something suitably droll about interdepartmental politics, and the way empires are actually governed, which is to say, through the strategic manipulation of memoranda and the careful management of tea schedules." "Sounds riveting," Sherlock murmured, but his eyes were alert, attentive. He knew his brother well enough to recognise a misdirection when he heard one. "Quite," Mycroft agreed. "However, having listened to the 4 of you this evening, I find that my prepared material is entirely unsuitable. You've each offered something genuine, whether factual truth or emotional truth, or in Sherlock's case, some maddening hybrid of both. To respond with a bureaucratic anecdote would be to misread the room rather profoundly, and I did not achieve my current position by misreading rooms." He paused, his fingers drumming a brief pattern on the arm of the settee, a gesture Watson recognised as pure Holmes genetics, the same restless intelligence, manifesting through the same unconscious physical tic. "So instead," Mycroft continued, "I shall tell you something I have told no one, not even Sherlock, though he has likely deduced portions of it, through observation and his characteristic inability to mind his own business." "I resent that," Sherlock said mildly. "I mind my own business constantly. It simply happens that most things become my business once I notice them." Mrs. Hudson made a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. Her knitting had been set aside now, her full attention focused on Mycroft with the particular quality of interest that came from recognising something rare was about to be shared. Mycroft Holmes did not do personal revelation. He did policy and procedure, analysis and assessment. The personal was a realm he observed from a great distance, like an astronomer studying distant planets through a telescope. "The story concerns a woman," Mycroft said, and Watson saw Sherlock's eyebrows rise fractionally, surprise barely contained within the boundaries of facial expression. Her name was Charlotte Pemberton, and she worked in the Foreign Office as a translator. French, German, Russian, and Italian, all with native fluency, plus reading competency in half a dozen other languages. She had a mind like a steel trap wrapped in velvet, and she was the most profoundly intelligent person I had encountered before or since, my present company's inflated self-estimations notwithstanding. The room had gone very quiet. Even the fire seemed to be listening, its crackling reduced to whispers. "This was 20 years ago," Mycroft continued, his voice taking on a distant quality, as if he were reading from a document rather than recounting memory. "I was 32, relatively new to my current position, still labouring under the misapprehension that competence alone would be sufficient for advancement. Charlotte was 28, had been with the Foreign Office for 6 years, and had already been passed over for promotion 3 times, in favour of men whose linguistic abilities could charitably be described as tourist-level French." Lestrade shook his head slowly, recognising injustice even 20 years removed, and wrapped in Mycroft's carefully neutral narration. "We worked together on a translation project," Mycroft said, "Russian diplomatic correspondence that had been acquired through channels that remain classified. The work required not just linguistic competency but political understanding, the ability to read between lines and recognise when an ambassador's pleasantries masked genuine threat. Charlotte saw patterns I had missed, caught references I had overlooked, and did so with such casual brilliance that it was simultaneously inspiring and humbling." He paused, reaching for his teacup, found it empty, and set it down again with precise gentleness. "We became friends," he said, and the word seemed to cost him something to pronounce, or as close to friends as 2 people can become when both have been trained to regard personal connection as a security vulnerability. "We would take lunch together in St. James's Park when weather permitted, sitting on benches and discussing everything except work, philosophy, literature, the absurdity of human behaviour, the way pigeons seemed to organise themselves into hierarchies that mimicked governmental structure." Watson glanced at Sherlock and saw something unexpected in his friend's expression. Not mockery or impatience, but something softer, recognition perhaps, or sympathy. The acknowledgement that his brother, like himself, had once been young and capable of surprise. "The Foreign Office in those days," Mycroft continued, "was even more rigidly stratified than it is now, which is saying something. Women were tolerated in certain positions, translators, clerks, secretaries, but only as temporary necessities, expected to resign upon marriage or at the first suggestion that they might have ambitions beyond supporting roles. Charlotte found this situation intolerable, though she maintained her composure with remarkable grace. She simply did her work brilliantly and refused to acknowledge the limitations others attempted to impose." Mrs. Hudson nodded slowly, her expression suggesting she knew exactly what kind of grace that required, what kind of daily negotiation with indignity and dismissal. "A position opened," Mycroft said, his voice flattening into something approaching administrative recitation, the protective distance of bureaucratic language. "Senior translator and cultural attaché." It was precisely the role Charlotte had been preparing for her entire career. She applied, naturally. So did 7 men, most of whom could barely distinguish Russian from Romanian without consulting a dictionary. "Let me guess," Lestrade said quietly. "She didn't get the position." "She did not," Mycroft confirmed. "The role went to a gentleman whose primary qualification was having attended the same public school as the hiring minister. His linguistic abilities were adequate for ordering wine in restaurants and little else. Charlotte was informed with great regret that while her skills were appreciated, the position required someone with appropriate gravitas and diplomatic bearing, which was code for someone male who wouldn't make our foreign counterparts uncomfortable." Sherlock had gone very still, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his expression unreadable. "I was furious," Mycroft said, and something in his voice suggested this was an understatement of considerable magnitude. Not the theatrical fury that Sherlock employs when his experiments are interrupted, but the cold, calculating variety that makes careers end and regulations mysteriously change. I drafted memoranda, I scheduled meetings, I prepared to go to war on Charlotte's behalf using every bureaucratic weapon in my considerable arsenal. "What stopped you?" Watson asked. "Charlotte did," Mycroft replied simply. "She invited me to lunch, our usual spot in St. James's Park, though it was November and entirely too cold for comfort, and she told me very gently that while she appreciated my outrage, she did not require my rescue, that she had known from the moment she applied that she would not get the position, that the application itself was the point, to create a record, to establish precedent, to make it fractionally more difficult for the next refusal and the one after that." He shifted in his seat, the settee creaking beneath him. "She said something I've never forgotten," Mycroft continued, his voice softening almost imperceptibly. "Mycroft, you're trying to win a battle that I'm trying to wage as a war. Battles are won through force. Wars are won through patience, through making the other side exhausted by their own injustice, through surviving long enough that change becomes inevitable rather than extraordinary." Mrs. Hudson had pressed one hand to her chest, a gesture of recognition that spoke volumes about her own experiences with patience, deployed as strategy, with survival as resistance. "I argued with her," Mycroft said, "pointed out that patience was all well and good, but justice delayed was justice denied, all the usual philosophical positions." She listened politely, then asked me a question that I still think about regularly. "If you win this battle for me, what happens to the next woman, who isn't fortunate enough to have Mycroft Holmes as her advocate? Does she just accept defeat because she lacks your particular combination of position and stubbornness?" "She was right," Lestrade said quietly. "Much as I hate to admit it, and much as I suspect you hated to admit it, she was right. She was absolutely right." Mycroft agreed. And I was forced to confront the uncomfortable reality that my desire to help was perhaps less about justice and more about my own need to feel powerful, to demonstrate that my influence could overcome institutional inertia. I was making her struggle with me, which was both arrogant and counterproductive. The clock chimed the 11:15, its notes clear and measured. Outside, the fog had achieved that peculiar density that turned London into a city of muffled sounds and uncertain distances, where everything beyond arm's reach became theoretical. "So I didn't go to war," Mycroft said. "Instead, I did something more useful. I began very quietly to change the regulations. Not obviously, not all at once, but through the slow accumulation of amended language and procedural updates. I made it slightly harder to justify gender-based hiring decisions. I created new categories of expertise that aligned precisely with Charlotte's capabilities. I ensured that future hiring committees would need to provide documented reasoning for their selections, subject to review by people I had carefully positioned in oversight roles." "Bureaucracy as revolution," Sherlock murmured. "How very like you." "Bureaucracy as revolution," Mycroft corrected, "when properly deployed. Laws change through grand gestures and parliamentary votes, but actual practice changes through the quiet amendment of forms in triplicate and the strategic redefinition of job descriptions. It's boring work, it's invisible work, and it's the only work that actually produces lasting change because it alters the machinery rather than simply replacing the operators." Watson found himself genuinely moved, seeing in Mycroft's careful recitation something profound. The recognition that heroism sometimes looked like paperwork, that changing the world sometimes meant changing the forms people filled out to maintain it. "What happened to Charlotte?" Mrs. Hudson asked gently. Mycroft was quiet for a moment, his expression difficult to read in the shifting lamplight. She continued working at the Foreign Office for another 15 years, never received the promotion she deserved, though she was consulted on virtually every significant translation project during that time. She trained a generation of younger translators, many of them women, and created an informal network of linguistic expertise that continues to this day. She retired 5 years ago with a pension that I ensured was substantially larger than it would have been through normal calculations. One of the few times I did exercise my influence directly, though I made certain it appeared to be bureaucratic error rather than favouritism. "You cared for her," Watson said softly, "more than just as a colleague." Mycroft met Watson's eyes steadily. "I did. I do. Though not in the romantic fashion your novelist's mind is no doubt constructed. Charlotte and I understood each other in the way that people of similar intellectual capacity rarely find. We were friends, genuine friends, which for people like us is perhaps rarer and more valuable than romance. We still correspond occasionally, though she's moved to the countryside and spends her time translating Dante for her own amusement and tending a garden that she claims is her revenge on chaos." "Is that the end of the story?" Lestrade asked. "The end?" Mycroft considered. "No. The story continues in every woman who applies for positions she knows she won't get, but applies anyway to establish precedent. It continues in every slightly reworded job description that makes discrimination fractionally harder to justify. It continues in the slow, grinding, profoundly unsexy work of changing institutional culture through the amendment of procedures and the careful appointment of reviewers." He paused, allowing himself a small, genuine smile. "Charlotte taught me that there are different kinds of power," he said. "The power to win individual battles, which is satisfying but limited, and the power to alter the terrain on which future battles are fought, which is frustrating and slow, but ultimately more significant. I chose the latter, not because I'm particularly noble, but because she convinced me it was more interesting as an intellectual challenge." Sherlock was looking at his brother with an expression Watson had rarely seen, something approaching respect unmarred by the usual fraternal mockery. "You never mentioned her?" "You never asked," Mycroft replied, echoing Watson's earlier words with a slight smile. "And some things are difficult to speak about until the right moment arrives. Tonight, surrounded by stories of legacy and choices and the ways we navigate impossible situations, tonight felt like the right moment. Mrs. Hudson had retrieved her knitting but wasn't working on it, just holding it like a talisman against emotion grown too large for the room to comfortably contain. That's the most beautiful story yet," she said quietly. "Not because it's dramatic, it isn't, but because it's true in the way that matters most. You changed things. Maybe slowly, maybe invisibly, but you changed them. That's more than most people ever manage." Mycroft inclined his head in acknowledgement, then straightened his shoulders and retrieved his pen with a return to his usual brisk efficiency. "Well? Now that I've indulged in sentiment to a degree that will require several days of rigid professionalism to counterbalance, I suppose we should move to the matter at hand, the judging." "You're going to judge your own story?" Lestrade asked, amused. "I am uniquely qualified to assess its weaknesses," Mycroft replied. "Excessive abstraction, insufficient narrative drive, ending that lacks satisfying closure. However, it scores well on thematic coherence and the effective deployment of personal revelation to illuminate broader social issues. I give it 7 out of 10, which drops my competitive standing but maintains my intellectual honesty." He opened his notebook to a fresh page and began writing with swift, decisive strokes. "Inspector Lestrade," he said, "your tale of the 2 Arthur Pembertons was beautifully structured, with excellent comic timing and genuine warmth. The anticlimax was intentional and effective, and the underlying theme about the absurdity of coincidence was well served by the narrative. However, it lacked emotional depth and offered no particular insight beyond the immediate humour. 7 out of 10. Lestrade grinned, unoffended. "I'll take it." never claimed to be profound. Mrs. Hudson, Mycroft continued, your locked box story was a masterclass in economy and thematic resonance. The mystery was genuine, the resolution was both surprising and inevitable, and the meditation on privacy and trust was genuinely moving. My only criticism is that it was perhaps too perfect, too polished. It felt slightly rehearsed, which reduced the sense of spontaneous revelation. 8.5 out of 10, Mrs. Hudson smiled. Pleased but not surprised. She knew the quality of her own story, Dr. Watson, Mycroft said, and his voice gentled slightly. Your Afghanistan tale was emotionally powerful and thematically rich. The use of physical artifacts was effective without being manipulative, and the meditation on legacy and medicine across cultural boundaries was genuinely profound. However, the opening romantic misdirection felt slightly clumsy, and the pacing in the middle section dragged somewhat 8 out of 10. Watson nodded, accepting the critique with good grace. He'd known the romantic opening was a gamble. And Sherlock, Mycroft said, his pen hovering over the page, your nested narrative about truth and fiction was intellectually ambitious and structurally sophisticated. The way you used the story to illuminate your own methods while simultaneously demonstrating them was clever almost to the point of being too clever. However, you sacrificed emotional accessibility for intellectual complexity, and I suspect half your audience, no offence, Inspector, lost the thread of your nested timelines. Some offence taken, Lestrade muttered, but he was smiling. 8 out of 10. Mycroft concluded, brilliant but slightly bloodless, which is the nicest way I can describe most of your work, little brother Sherlock didn't argue, merely inclined his head in acknowledgement of both the score and the critique. The room waited, the tension gathering like a held breath. Mrs. Hudson and Watson were tied at 8.5, and 8 respectively. Sherlock had 8, Lestrade and Mycroft both had 7, but somehow Watson knew the numbers weren't really the point. Mycroft set down his pen and looked at each of them in turn, his expression thoughtful. The winner, he said slowly, based purely on technical merit and thematic execution, would be Mrs. Hudson. Her story achieved exactly what it set out to achieve with minimal waste and maximum impact. Mrs. Hudson's cheeks coloured faintly with pleasure. However, Mycroft continued, I am also judging on the criterion of what each story revealed about its teller, and on that measure Dr. Watson's contribution edges ahead. He offered us something genuinely personal, something that cost him something to share, and in doing so reminded us why stories matter, because they connect us across time and distance and difference. He paused, then smiled. A real smile, warm and genuine. But I'm not going to declare a winner, he said, because I've realised in the course of this evening that competition was the wrong framework entirely. What we've done tonight isn't a contest, it's a gift exchange. Each of you offered something, humour, mystery, heart, intellect, painful honesty, and each gift was perfect in its own way. To rank them would be to miss the point entirely, so we all win, Lestrade asked. We all won the moment we began, Mycroft said simply. We won the moment we decided to sit together and tell each other stories instead of retreating to our separate lives. That's the victory, not in having the best story, but in creating an evening worth remembering. The clock struck 11:30, and the room seemed to exhale into something warmer than before, something more intimate than the sum of its parts. Though if pressed, Mycroft added with a slight smile, I would say Sherlock's story was most like him. Watson's most moved me. Mrs. Hudson's was most perfectly crafted, and Lestrade's made me laugh the hardest, and my own was most necessary for me to tell, which may be the only criterion that ultimately matters. A diplomatic answer, Sherlock observed. I'm a diplomat, Mycroft replied. It's what I do. Now shall we have more tea? Or has this evening exhausted our capacity for civilized behaviour? But no one moved to leave, not yet, because the evening had achieved that quality of perfection that comes rarely and shouldn't be rushed, that needed to be allowed to settle like sediment before being disturbed. Outside, London dreamed on. Inside 221B, 5 people sat in companionable silence, wrapped in the warmth of stories shared and received, of an evening that had become more than any of them expected. The contest was over. The night was not. The fire had burned down to its final incarnation now, past the vigorous flame of early evening, past the steady glow of the middle hours, into that last phase of ember light that seemed less like combustion and more like meditation. Coals remembering what it meant to be wood, slowly releasing the sunlight they had stored in some distant summer, giving it back to the room as gentle warmth and the faintest whisper of smoke. Mrs. Hudson had indeed put the kettle on again, though no one had asked her to, and no one really needed more tea. But the ritual of it mattered. The familiar sounds from the kitchen below, the clink of china, the soft rush of water into the pot, the domestic rhythms that anchored extraordinary evenings to the ordinary world. She returned with a fresh pot and the last of the seed cake, though by now the cake was more of a diplomatic fiction than an actual serving, just enough crumbs to justify the plate. "I've been thinking," Watson said, accepting a cup he had no intention of drinking but appreciated having in his hands, the warmth of it pleasant against his palms, about what makes a story good. Not technically good, not well constructed or cleverly plotted, but actually good in the way that matters, the way that makes you carry it with you after it's done. "Go on," Holmes prompted, his own cup balanced on the arm of his chair, untouched but companionable. "It's generosity, I think," Watson continued, his voice carrying the thoughtful quality of a man working through ideas as he spoke them. "The storyteller's willingness to give something away, whether it's laughter or insight or just honest feeling. We're asked to trust strangers with our attention, which is a form of vulnerability, and good stories repay that trust by offering something of value in return." "That's very Watson," Holmes observed, but warmly with affection rather than mockery. "You always did insist that human transactions should be fundamentally reciprocal. Give and take, trust and trustworthiness." "Is that so terrible?" Watson asked mildly. "Not terrible at all," Holmes said. "Merely optimistic. Which is your particular form of genius, if we're being honest. I solve crimes by assuming everyone is lying. You chronicle those crimes by assuming everyone is trying, however imperfectly, to tell some version of truth. We're both usually right, which says something rather depressing about the complexity of human nature." Lestrade chuckled quietly, settling deeper into his chair, with the boneless contentment of a man who had nowhere to be and was deeply grateful for it. He had loosened his collar entirely now, his jacket discarded over the chair back, his waistcoat unbuttoned in flagrant defiance of every propriety he normally maintained. The inspector looked, Watson thought, about 10 years younger than he had when he arrived. The weight of professional responsibility temporarily lifted, replaced by the simple pleasure of being among friends. "I never thanked you properly," Lestrade said, addressing the room in general rather than anyone in particular, "for including me in this. I know I'm not quite." He gestured vaguely, encompassing the sitting room, the books, the atmosphere of casual brilliance that hung over 221B like a familiar perfume. "I'm not quite part of this world. Not really. I'm the practical man who turns up when there's actual police work to be done. But tonight, being part of this, the stories, the companionship, it meant something." More than you probably realise, Mrs. Hudson reached over and patted his hand with unself-conscious warmth. "Nonsense. You're as much a part of this household as any of us. Just because you don't live here doesn't mean you don't belong here. Mr. Holmes would be lost without you. He'd have no one to make his deductions at, and where would he be? Then, profoundly bored, Holmes admitted, "Lestrade, you're the closest thing. I have to quality control. Watson thinks everything I do is brilliant, which is flattering but useless for actual calibration. You maintain a healthy skepticism that keeps me honest. Also, you bring actual cases, which is considerably more valuable than admiration." "High praise indeed," Lestrade said, grinning. "I'll have it engraved on my headstone. He brought actual cases and maintained healthy skepticism. Better than most epitaphs," Mycroft observed, shifting his bulk on the settee with the careful movements of a man whose body had long since ceased to be a comfortable habitation, and had become instead a necessary inconvenience to be managed. "Most people's headstones lie extravagantly about their virtues. yours would at least have the merit of accuracy. The clock ticked toward midnight, though the hour felt both earlier and later than that. The peculiar temporal distortion that happens when people lose themselves in conversation, when the normal markers of time's passage become irrelevant against the forward momentum of connection and shared attention. Outside, the fog had achieved its final form, a presence so complete that the windows had ceased to show even the ghost of gaslight from the street below. Baker Street had become an island, and 221B was the whole of the world. Watson found himself thinking about legacy again, the theme that had woven itself through the evening stories like a thread of gold through darker fabric. Lestrade's tale of mistaken identity and bureaucratic confusion. A small story, comic in its resolution, but underneath it the question of how we are remembered, how easily we can be confused with someone else, how contingent identity really is. Mrs. Hudson's locked box, empty except for gratitude and the acknowledgement of privacy respected. Legacy as the intangible gift of trust. The ways we touch lives without ever knowing the full extent of our impact. His own story about Afghanistan, about Dr. Bradshaw's medical kit passed down to a woman who used it to heal for 40 years. That was legacy as continuation, as the multiplication of one person's skills and compassion across time and distance and cultural boundaries. Holmes's nested narrative about the Hanover Street confession, legacy as the stories we tell about ourselves, the ways we try to control our own narratives even from beyond the grave, even through the distorting lens of fiction and self-justification. And Mycroft's tale of Charlotte Pemberton and the slow revolution of amended regulations, perhaps the most profound meditation on legacy of all, the recognition that real change happened not through dramatic gestures, but through the patient accumulation of small adjustments, each one barely noticeable but collectively transformative. We're all trying to leave something behind, Watson said aloud, giving voice to his thoughts. That's what stories are, really. Evidence that we were here, that we noticed things, that our particular angle of vision on the world had some value worth preserving. Depressing way to think about it, Lestrade said, but not unkindly. Makes every conversation into a monument. Not a monument, Mrs. Hudson corrected gently, her needles resuming their quiet rhythm. She'd picked up a different project now, something in dark blue wool that might become a scarf, might become something else entirely. A footprint maybe. Something that says we passed this way, that we were real, that someone might follow after us and know they're not the first to walk this particular path. Though most footprints get washed away, Sherlock observed, his voice carrying that particular flatness that meant he was being deliberately provocative, testing the limits of sentiment. Rain comes, wind comes, time comes, and the path shows no evidence of previous travellers. We like to think we're leaving marks, but mostly we're just adding to the general erosion. Sherlock Mycroft said mildly. Your nihilism is showing. Tuck it back in before you frighten Dr. Watson. I'm not frightened, Watson said. Just disappointed. I thought we'd got through an entire evening without Holmes trying to convince us that nothing matters, and we're all doomed to obscurity. I'm not saying nothing matters, Holmes protested, sitting up straighter, engaged now in the way he always was when someone challenged his positions. I'm saying that matter and being remembered are different things. Most of what matters happens in the immediate present. The comfort of a kind word, the satisfaction of a problem solved, the pleasure of an evening like this. The fact that it won't be remembered 100 years from now doesn't diminish its value at the moment. That's surprisingly optimistic, Watson observed. Almost philosophical. I contain multitudes, Holmes said dryly. Though I'd appreciate it if you didn't spread that around. I have a reputation for cold logic to maintain, and this sort of talk undermines the brand. The room settled into silence again, but it was the comfortable. Variety, the kind that didn't need filling. The fire breathed its gentle heat. The clock ticked its steady rhythm. Outside, London slept beneath its blanket of fog, 10 million souls in their separate dreams, each one carrying their own stories, their own private narratives of triumph and failure, and the vast middle ground where most of life actually happened. Mrs. Hudson had set down her knitting again and was simply sitting, her hands folded in her lap, her expression serene in the lamplight. She looked, Watson thought, exactly like what she was. The quiet centre around which this peculiar household revolved, the gravity that kept them all from spinning off into their separate orbits. Holmes got the credit for solving crimes. Watson got the credit for chronicling them. But Mrs. Hudson made it all possible through the invisible work of domestic competence and the visible work of patient tolerance. "I've been keeping this household together for longer than I care to calculate," she said, as if reading his thoughts, "and I've learned a few things about what makes a life worth living. It's not the grand gestures or the dramatic moments, though those have their place. It's the accumulation of small kindnesses, the daily choice to show up for each other, the willingness to sit together in a room and just be present. That's the most radical thing anyone said all evening," Mycroft observed. "Presence as resistance to fragmentation, being together as an act of defiance against the forces that would isolate us into our separate professional and social categories." "I don't know about radicals," Mrs. Hudson said. "It seems fairly obvious to me. People need people, not constantly, not in any demanding way, but regularly enough to remember that we're not alone in the world. Evenings like this, they're not frivolous. They're necessary. They're how we remind ourselves that we're part of something larger than our individual concerns." Lestrade nodded slowly. "My wife says something similar. Says that marriage isn't about the wedding day or the anniversaries. It's about the 1,000 ordinary evenings when you choose to sit in the same room and just exist together. Same principle, I suppose." "How is Mrs. Lestrade?" Watson asked. "I haven't seen her in ages." "Well enough," Lestrade said, his face softening in the way it always did when he spoke of his wife. "Busy with the church committee and the boys' schooling. She sends her regards, actually. Says she's still waiting for Dr. Watson to write a story where someone's wife isn't tragically killed off for narrative convenience." Watson winced. "Fair criticism. I've developed a rather unfortunate pattern in that regard. Though in my defence it's usually based on actual cases, and the actual world has an unfortunate tendency toward tragedy." "Perhaps vary the pattern occasionally," Lestrade suggested. "Let a few wives survive just to keep readers on their toes." "I shall endeavour to do so," Watson promised, though Holmes would argue that happy marriages are boring from a narrative perspective. No conflict, no drama, just two people being contentedly domesticated by each other. Holmes argues that everything not directly related to crime is boring from a narrative perspective, Mrs. Hudson pointed out. "If we listened to him, the world would consist entirely of locked rooms and mysterious stains, with no room for actual human life." "I'm sitting right here," Holmes said, but he was smiling. "And I resent the characterization. I appreciate human life. I simply find criminal deviation from expected human behaviour more intellectually stimulating than expected human behaviour conforming to expectations." "Because you're perverse," Watson said affectionately. Undoubtedly, Holmes agreed. The clock chimed midnight, its 12 clear notes marking the transition from one day to another, from Saturday evening into Sunday morning. The official Sabbath, though none of them were particularly observant and the designation meant little, beyond the practical recognition that tomorrow, today, now, would bring fewer hansoms on the street and most of London's commercial establishments closed. "It's Sunday," Mrs. Hudson observed as if the clock's pronouncement required verbal confirmation, "which means I should be thinking about bed, and you gentlemen should be thinking about letting me get to it." But no one moved. The evening had that quality now of something that couldn't quite be ended, that needed to be allowed to fade naturally rather than being terminated by decision. Like a piece of music that required its final notes to resolve into silence gradually without the interruption of applause. "Tell me honestly," Sherlock said, addressing the room at large, his voice carrying an unusual note of genuine curiosity rather than performative inquiry. "Did you enjoy this? The contest, the stories, the whole elaborate construction? Or was it simply a way to pass a foggy evening that would have been passed somehow, regardless?" "I enjoyed it immensely," Watson said immediately. "More than I expected to, actually. I thought it would be entertaining, but it was more than that. It was illuminating. I learned things about each of you that I didn't know, despite years of acquaintance." "Same here," Lestrade agreed. I came expecting casual entertainment and got something considerably more substantial. I feel like I understand all of you better now. Even you, Mr. Mycroft, which I didn't think was possible given how carefully you cultivate that air of bureaucratic mystery." Mycroft inclined his head in acknowledgement. I surprised myself, honestly. I had not intended to share anything genuinely personal. But the evening created a space where that felt not only safe but somehow necessary. You're all surprisingly easy to confide in when the circumstances permit confidence. "And you, Mrs. Hudson?" Holmes asked, genuine interest in his voice. "You've been part of this household longer than any of us. Did the evening reveal anything you didn't already know?" Mrs. Hudson considered the question carefully, her expression thoughtful in the dying firelight. "It reminded me," she said slowly, "of why I stay. Not just here, in this particular house with you particular people, but in London, in this life I've built. I could have retired years ago, moved somewhere quieter, somewhere easier. But there's something about being needed, not in a desperate way, but in the comfortable way of people who function better together than apart, that makes the daily irritations worthwhile." She looked at each of them in turn, her gaze warm but unsentimental. "You're difficult people," she continued, "every one of you, in your own particular ways. Mr. Holmes with his experiments and his irregular hours, and his conviction that domestic order is someone else's concern. Dr. Watson with his constant chronicling and his tendency to leave medical journals on every available surface. Mr. Mycroft with his unannounced visits and his expectation that tea will materialise on demand. Inspector Lestrade with his crime scene mud and his apologetic intrusions." "This sounds like the prelude to eviction," Holmes observed. "It's the prelude to appreciation," Mrs. Hudson corrected. "Because despite all that, or perhaps because of it, you've given me a life that's never boring, never lonely, never quite predictable. I've hosted princes and paupers in this sitting room, witnessed brilliant deductions and spectacular failures, kept secrets that would fill volumes, and tonight I got to tell a story to people who actually listened, who cared enough to hear it properly. That's a rare gift." Watson felt his throat tighten slightly, recognising the truth of what she was saying. Mrs. Hudson could have had an easier life, certainly a quieter one, but easier and quieter didn't necessarily mean better, and she had chosen this life, this particular collection of difficult, brilliant, damaged, generous people, with full awareness of what it cost and what it provided in return. "We're lucky to have you," he said simply. "All of us. This house would be uninhabitable without you, and I mean that literally. Holmes would have burned it down through chemical negligence within a month." 2 weeks, Holmes corrected. "I'm impressively careless when unsupervised." The fire gave a final small pop, as if agreeing, and subsided into glowing silence. The coals had achieved that final state where they produced light without flame, warmth without fire, the last gift of combustion before ash. Mycroft checked his pocket watch with the automatic gesture of a man for whom timekeeping was both profession and compulsion. "It's midnight. I should take my leave before the fog thickens further, and I'm forced to spend the night on your settee, which would be uncomfortable for me, and distressing for my morning appointments. You're welcome to stay," Holmes said, "but casually without pressure. Guest rooms available if the fog proves prohibitive. Appreciated, but unnecessary." Mycroft replied, rising with the careful effort of a large man whose joints had long since ceased to cooperate smoothly with his intentions. "I have a car waiting 2 streets over. The driver knows to monitor the weather and will be positioned accordingly. One of the few advantages of government service is reliable transportation." He retrieved his coat from the rack, shrugging into it with practised efficiency, then turned back to face them with an expression that was almost but not quite affectionate. "This was worthwhile," he said simply. "Thank you for tolerating my participation and my judgments, such as they were. Sherlock, try not to do anything newsworthy before Tuesday. I have parliamentary briefings and cannot be distracted by your antics. Dr. Watson, Mrs. Hudson Inspector, a pleasure as always." He departed with the same deliberate efficiency that characterised his arrival, his footsteps heavy on the stairs, the front door opening and closing with decisive finality. And then there were 4. "I should go as well," Lestrade said, but without much conviction. My wife will wonder where I've got to. Though she knows when I'm here I tend to lose track of time. Send her my apologies, Watson said. Tell her we kept you with stories and didn't mean to make you neglect your domestic obligations. She'll understand, Lestrade assured him, rising and stretching with the satisfied exhaustion of a man who had spent hours sitting in one position. She knows Baker Street operates on its own particular clock, where evening consultations can become overnight investigations without warning. He collected his coat, his hat, the professional armour he'd shed over the course of the evening. In uniform again, or near enough, he looked subtly different, as if the official Lestrade and the private version were related but distinct entities, the one slightly more rigid, slightly more careful, slightly less willing to admit uncertainty or humour. Same time next year, he asked, pausing at the door. Make it a tradition? Though I don't know if I can top the two Arthur Pembertons. That's my best story, polished through repeated telling. We'll find new stories, Watson assured him. Life keeps providing them, whether we want it to or not. Lestrade nodded, smiled, and departed into the fog-wrapped night. The door closed behind him with a soft click, and then there were three. Mrs. Hudson began collecting the tea things with efficient movements, stacking cups and saucers with the practised economy of someone who had cleared this particular table thousands of times and could do it in near darkness if required. Watson moved to help, but she waved him off with a gentle gesture. Sit, she said. Both of you. I'll just take these down and then I'm off to bed myself. You two can sit up as long as you like. You usually do anyway, talking about cases or playing chess or whatever it is you do in these small hours when normal people are sleeping. We solve the mysteries of the universe, Holmes said solemnly, and occasionally argue about whether Watson's latest chronicle makes me sound like an insufferable genius or merely a difficult one. Both, Watson supplied. You're a difficult, insufferable genius. I've never hidden that. Mrs. Hudson smiled, balancing the tray with practised ease. Good night, gentlemen. Thank you for a lovely evening. It's been a long time since I felt quite so seen, I suppose. Since I was a participant rather than a facilitator, I appreciate it more than I can adequately express. The pleasure was entirely mutual, Watson said warmly. Sleep well, Mrs. Hudson. She departed, her footsteps light on the stairs, the tray balanced perfectly despite the late hour and her own tiredness. And then there were two. Holmes and Watson sat in companionable silence, the fire's last embers providing just enough light to see each other's outlines, familiar shapes in familiar positions, the geometry of their friendship rendered in shadow and dying warmth. That was good, Holmes said finally, his voice quiet in the darkened room. Thank you for suggesting it. I didn't suggest it, Watson reminded him. Lestrade did. You drew the lots. You made it formal, gave it structure. Without that, it would have remained a casual idea that never quite achieved reality. You're good at that. Taking nebulous concepts and giving them functional shape. Watson felt absurdly pleased by the observation, recognising it as high praise from someone who rarely distributed praise at all. We should do it again, he said. Not immediately, but someday. When we've accumulated new stories, we have new experiences worth sharing. Make it an irregular tradition. No schedule, no pressure, just the occasional evening when circumstances and inclination align. Agreed, Holmes said, though I may need to work on having actual human experiences rather than just cases. My story tonight was all intellect and construction. No genuine feeling. It worked for what it was, but it felt slightly hollow compared to what the rest of you offered. You revealed more than you realise, Watson said gently. The story you chose to tell, the way you framed it, the themes you explored, all of that was revealing, even if it wasn't directly personal. You showed us how your mind works, which is a kind of intimacy, even if it's not the conventional kind. Holmes was quiet for a moment, considering I sometimes think, he said slowly, that I've optimised myself for detection at the expense of living, that I've become so focused on observing life that I've forgotten how to participate in it. Evenings like this remind me that there's value in simply being present, in connection, that doesn't serve any investigative purpose in stories shared for their own sake, rather than as data to be analysed. You're more human than you pretend Watson said. Always have been. You just find it useful to maintain the fiction of pure rationality, as if admitting to normal human feelings would somehow compromise your effectiveness. Perhaps, Holmes conceded. Or perhaps I'm genuinely uncertain which version is real. The detective who occasionally remembers to be human, or the human who occasionally pretends to be purely detective. The boundary feels less clear than it used to. The clock ticked past midnight. Outside, the fog showed no signs of lifting. Inside, the room had cooled to the point where breath was visible in the faint remaining light. Small clouds of evidence that they were alive, breathing, present. "Shall we stoke the fire?" Watson asked. "Or call it a night?" Holmes considered. "Call it a night, I think." The evening reached its natural conclusion. Trying to extend it further would be like adding unnecessary chapters to a book that's already told its story properly. They rose together, Watson collecting his notebook, Holmes checking the windows out of the habit, though there was nothing to see beyond the fog's blank wall. At the door they paused, sharing one of those moments of unspoken communication that years of friendship had made second nature. "Thank you," Holmes said quietly, "for being here, for staying, for making this peculiar life bearable and occasionally even pleasant." "The pleasure is mutual," Watson replied, meaning it absolutely. "Good night, Holmes." "Good night, Watson." They departed to their separate rooms, the sitting room settling into darkness behind them, holding the evening stories in its walls, in its furniture, in the very air that would smell faintly of tobacco and tea and conversation when morning came. Outside, London dreamed of beneath its fog. Inside 221B Baker Street, the fire burned down to ash, the clock ticked toward morning, and the house breathed quietly around its sleeping inhabitants. The contest was over. The stories had been told. The verdict had been delivered, or rather, had been transformed into something better than verdict, into recognition that winning and losing were the wrong framework entirely for what they'd created together. What remained was memory, the kind that would resurface unexpectedly in quiet moments, that would bring a smile for no apparent reason, that would remind each of them that they had been, for one foggy November evening, exactly where they needed to be, with exactly the right people, doing exactly the right thing. And that, Watson thought as sleep began to claim him, was legacy enough. The stories would fade, the specific words forgotten, the details blurred by time and retelling. But the feeling would remain, the warmth, the connection, the sense of having participated in something small and perfect and utterly ordinary in the best possible way. Outside, the fog began, almost imperceptibly, to lift. Not dramatically, not with any sudden revelation of the city beneath, but gradually the way fog always lifted in London, slowly revealing familiar shapes, ordinary streets, the everyday world that had been there all along, just temporarily hidden. Morning would come, Sunday would begin, life would continue with its cases and its challenges, its small triumphs and its quiet defeats. But for now, in the last hours before dawn, 221B Baker Street held its peace. The stories had been told, the night had been honoured, and 5 people, difficult, brilliant, generous, flawed, had reminded themselves and each other that they were not alone, that they mattered to someone, that the footprints they left might wash away, but the walking was real nonetheless. And somewhere in the darkness the city turned toward morning, carrying its 10 million stories, its infinite narratives, its endless variations on the theme of people trying to make sense of their brief time in the light. The Baker Street storytelling contest was done, but the stories themselves, those would linger, the way the best stories always do. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the moonlit skies of Cairo, the glowing streets of Seoul, the timeless calm of Rome, or the breeze-kissed shores of Havana? If this tale brought you calm, like the episode, and subscribe for more nights like this, let the night cradle you. Let your dreams wander free. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.